Check 1, 2, mic check. Let's see. Turn that off. Give me just a second here, guys. Trying to wrap up some meetings that I have this morning. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Happy Fed Minutes Day. Give me one quick second here. Whenever we have a short week like this, I'm being yanked in like 50 different directions. Hang tight, just one second. I can't even get my glasses clean in the morning. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Something about cleaning glasses once a day at least that I find enjoyable. Hang tight one second here. Sorry about that. All right, so we're bleeding down here this morning. In the Discord, I let you know to sell the open. We have a target to the downside here of 609.39. We're making our way down there right now. We should catch a bounce here. I want to see more down over here. We didn't quite catch this yesterday. I wanted to see. I'm going to bring that back a little bit and some relief. We made this down here yesterday. I wanted to. Well, we never get a lot of time yesterday, did we? Bears, we kind of wanted Bears to be able to get down here by like 2:30, 3 p.m. at the best. The moment that they couldn't do that, they began to lose the momentum that they had to the downside. We ended up squeezing into the close yesterday. So one more squeeze higher. And now we're trying to make our way back down here, but I don't think it's going to be as clean as you think it's going to be. Maybe it is. I doubt it, though. We do have today at 1 p.m. a 20-year bond auction at 1, and then we've got the FOMC minutes here at 2 p.m. I also have, there's a narrative being spun here, like news, right? The thing about news is, or data in news is true, not, or whatever. The market needs a story. So you need to be aware of that. We can sit here and talk data all day long. What's true, what's not. And you need to know that stuff because of the permanency of it, or the impact of it. Is it permanent? Is it a one-time thing? Is it something that can move markets in a way that you're unexpected, or that's unexpected, or permanently, or something like that? Kind of like the Russia-Ukraine basket, right? That's been something that's been in play now for months. We've been talking about it in Discord for months. We've posted the white papers to you, showcasing what those baskets were. So let's say you get a truce, a Russia truce, right? Russia-Ukraine truce. That trade is near done. Anyone that's long or short those baskets is looking for the last pump or dump, depending upon the issue or symbol that is correlated to that basket. Does that make sense? So you might be thinking, well, there's a truce. This should last. The market should rip for the next month or two. We should long and short all of these different issues. But in fact, Wall Street already knows this is happening. We've discussed before about sanctions being lifted, the rumors on DMs and Bloomberg terminals for weeks now. We've been talking about it for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks now. And then all of a sudden you see this play out in public, right? And I was reading a story the other day that said, this is very secretive information. And you're like, no, it isn't. None of this. Well, it's an open secret. That's what it is. It's an open secret. It's being traded actively in the background while a retailer doesn't have any fucking clue that that's going on. So you'll expect something to stick or extend when in reality, this is an exit. This is an exit, right? I bought something for $1. I ran it up in the background to 3 or 4. It gets pushed up to $10. I'm leaving you as the bag holder. Does that make sense? So you make a little bit of money in a day or two on a rip while they're exiting, you're entering that trade. So even though we know what the data is or the facts are, there's always a narrative. There always needs to be a narrative. The stock market is a soap opera. People love narratives. They like to trade narratives. They like to gamble on what is what, even if it's not true. We already know that the market's not getting a rate cut, don't we? We already know that there's room for inflation to run hot, don't we? That doesn't stop the dot plot. It doesn't stop the Fed funds rate. It doesn't stop people spewing bullshit everywhere. So just so you're aware of what's actually the truth, doesn't mean that the market won't trade these things. So this morning we've got U.S. sentiment. The risk appetite is reduced on tariff clarity. This is from F.J. Elliott. Equities. U.S. index equities are down this morning, with contracts on the Russell 2000 small cap index underperforming as traders stay away from the riskier corners of the market after Trump specified tariffs of up to 25% on automotive, semiconductor, and pharmaceutical imports. His remarks exasperated the precarious picture for markets this week. Telling you a story, right? As it increased fears of an international trade war with the United States. I mean, they're just writing a book for you. We have to discuss this too. In the brief, we have in today's brief, there's the rest of this week. We've got Vixperation today, right? You've got the start of an unwind. The market is kind of wound up. I think VolWiz calls it an unclench. Market wants to unclench and move as options expire. You'll hear other services out there tell you that it's a window of weakness. But in fact, it isn't. It's just it's a window where the market can move. It can move up. It can move down. And you're already seeing today a narrative being pushed, which is we're going to tell you the bear case. We're going to tell you the doom and the gloom. So you've got Vixperation today. You've got OPEX tomorrow. You've got a relatively light week coming up next week. And we don't have a ton of what's really considered important data next week. We've got, let me take a peek here, just make sure I get this right. So you've got FOMC minutes later today. You've got the 20-year note. So you got Vixperation, OPEX, 20-year note, right? What impacts 20-year note? Tariffs. So I got to write you a bear thesis. I got to write you volatility. I'm not getting a lot of volatility out there right now, so I'm going to write it for you. I'm Rubner. Get me a hot sheet on how tariffs now matter. You notice how they write this stuff knowing that the market can move. So you get a narrative, you get data points at specific times out of the month known to be around times when the market can move, right? And then you get the mayo and the ham and the cheese. You get the bread, and we're gonna make a sandwich. We're gonna price this in, whether you like it or not. We don't care what the data is. We just care about the story. Does that make any sense to you? So you want to be aware of data as it applies to market mechanics and how this is all put together and set up. They don't drop this shit indiscriminately. They know exactly when they're going to drop this information on you. So you get a little bit of weakness here, right? Pricing in tariff doom. And we've got FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. So now you're making sausage now, right? You're like, I'm going to talk about how the market is weak because of potential tariffs. I know that we've got a 20-year bond auction. I know we got FOMC minutes, right? The negativity there. And then I also know some other things. Vixperation is here. OPEX, price can move. I can influence the price to move. If I'm a hedge fund, I can influence the price to move. I also know the gamma in the market. I also know the gamma flip is rising in the market. If I can get price down just enough, we can run price down into negative gamma. And then we can have a party, right? So all these factors are kind of matching up. Does it mean we're going to bloodbath or doom is guaranteed or anything like that? No, it's just a setup. So we're setting up the trade. If it begins to print, we'll make a ton of money, right? If that happens. If not, we'll trade it to the upside. But the trade is there. The volatility is being set up for you before we even get to it. So we also have some other funky stuff going on. We've got all that information this week, right? And then we slip into next week, which is relatively a slow week. Tomorrow we've got initial claims tomorrow. We get Philly Fed manufacturing, but it's not huge eyes on that stuff. It's okay, but it's not huge. And then on Friday we get S&P Global Composite PMI flash, and we get existing home sales. That's a big one. But in reality, the market's kind of tied into OPEX. Even if we get volatility today, we're kind of like tractor beam at some point into OPEX, which we know we have a lot of expiring gamma at what? 6,100. So you've got this whole soup. Maybe we can get the market to move today before we get into OPEX on Friday. And if we can get it really negative and nasty, maybe we get the after effects of more down next week. Because guess what happens next week? We have low data week. Next week, we don't have a bunch in the docket. Not a ton of stuff. We've got Chicago Fed National Activity Index, Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index on Monday. Not big. We get the S&P Case-Shiller home price year over year. We're already getting housing data this week. And that data is stale. That data is like 3 months old. If any of you know about what's going on with housing data, it's bad right now, isn't it? Some of you know that, some of you don't. But the data that's coming out early is that the housing market is not doing so well, is it? I'll show you that later today if you want to see it, because this will be late by about, I think this is a 3-month report, but the last month or two reports, it ain't looking good. Housing market's beginning to deteriorate. Does that mean the market's going to crash today? No, not today. It's slow. It takes time. It's weird. The housing market's a weird thing. It takes time for the housing markets to matter, but when it does matter, it does matter. It's kind of a weird thing. It's the housing market. Housing market declines. If you don't know, I'm in the house. I spend a lot of time in the housing market. You'll see, like, if you get like a housing roll, it doesn't actually matter until it does. There's like a zenith where everything is fine, everything is fine, everything is fine, everything is fine. Now, if you're a bear, you know what that means, right? You want a housing market crash every 3 months. You want that to also make the stock market crash. It's not really the time frame of this kind of stuff. This is stuff that takes years and decades in some cases to happen, the rise and fall of this stuff. Excuse me. Usually a multi-decade trend. So housing looks bad. Does that mean stock market crash right now? Nope. But it's something to monitor and watch. It'll become more of the narrative as this year ends, next year begins. It will matter at some point. We have low data next week. On Monday, we don't have much. Tuesday, we don't have much. Wednesday, we don't have much. Thursday, we do. We get durable goods, and we get GDP growth rates quarter over quarter, the second estimate. Now, think about this. On Friday, you get PCE, which we already know, don't we? We already have the data that we need to extrapolate what PCE is going to come in at. So next week, generally a slow week. So what does that set up for us? Begins to set up the narrative, right? It's a time period in late February to tell you a story of doom that's going to come with tariffs, of doom that's going to come with geopolitics, of doom that might come with White House policy or budgets, right? Bills, right, to sustain the government or not. And so this whole story and narrative will be laid out for you in the next week or two. So I'm going to continue on with this story this morning as to why the market is weak. And as this information, this becomes the story of the market, we'll lay out for you what to expect from Wall Street, from White House policy, Senate policy, geopolitics, important NATO events, right? Brussels and Munich, budgetary stuff, because all of that stuff comes into relief in when? March. So they want you to know specific dates. You're going to get these tariffs on this date. You're going to get these reciprocal tariffs on that date. I got to front run it all, bro. You're going to get talk about the budget, right? In two separate bills or one big omnibus. You're going to have, or you're going to have poison pill. In my view, you're probably likely going to get poison pills in this stuff. Maybe you get some kind of a bill passed at the last possible moment. All of this stuff also gets priced in as it becomes actual fact, right? Because right now there's a lot of information. There's a fire hose that's blasting right now, and you can't really tell what's what. But as we find out what's what, right, as policy or potential policy becomes set in stone, the market will want to price that stuff in as a whole. There are some people out there that want, as an example, there are people out there that want to price in tariffs. How many times do you want to price them in? Every time he says something, boss. I'm like, you can't do that. You got to get each package of tariff policy known. And we don't know, do we right now? We don't know. I posted for you in the Discord yesterday that the banks are tracking everything Trump says. Everything. And there's the knee-jerk reaction and then market impact. And there hasn't been much because there's so much information and so little in stone. Right now, it's just knee jerk after knee jerk after knee jerk, positive or negative, but there's no real substance that's definitely in stone, right? A lot of this stuff is, hey, fire hose it all, see what sticks. Some of that stuff's probably going to go to a court. This is going to be allowed for the next 2 weeks, but we have nothing permanent. There's just too much information and not enough policy, like in stone policy. So they're going to want to wrap this stuff up, aren't they? Come into the first 100 days of this presidency, you're going to begin to price in actual policy over the next month. This should last. This narrative that you're going to get from me this morning and for the next 2 weeks will be the narrative as those dates come to pass in March, and then we'll finalize in April. You'll likely see some kind of a bloodbath at some point. It's very normal between now and late April to see the market top. Does that mean you sell today? Like, that's it. That's the top cap. Probably not. I don't see why we don't trade 6,200 on SPX, why we don't trade 625 or fail to get there before that roll happens. But we will price that stuff in, won't we? We will begin to, or they will attempt to price that stuff in today. They want it now. They do. They want it now. The sooner the better, right? You start early, and if it takes you until, I don't know, the second week of March to roll this shit down to the dumpster, or the first week of March, you still have to start the program. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to lay out the doom. They're going to get scientific about it. They're going to explain their case. They're going to roll out every reason in the world why the stock market should crash. They're going to tell you that I didn't even watch the video. I just saw the thumbnail of how to identify a bear market. I mean, they'll fucking throw the sink at you. They're going to throw the fucking, like, the world is going to implode. World War III is tomorrow. Whatever they can lay on you, are they going to hold short until the economy implodes? No. I don't give a fuck about where we go from there. And you shouldn't either. You should know that they're going to tactfully look for a downside move for a seasonal low. And that they're going to get long. Unless those supports are broken, they're going to get long too. They're going to roll up the shop, right? Everything I tell you in the next 2 to 4 weeks, all the doom. Or it's not 4 weeks. Yeah, it's next 4 weeks. All the doom that I spew to you is not my doom. It's what they want you to know so they can get price lower. And they know that it's going to work. And you're going to be at the bottom. And you're going to still believe that story. Instead of wrapping up the trade and getting out. Does that make sense? Or getting long. Whatever it is you need to do or want to do. So be careful as to what the Kool-Aid is that comes out in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Because I'm going to read this stuff to you. You need to be aware of it. You need to be aware that they're going to try to make you believe things that aren't true. Does that make sense? It's part of the stock market. It's part of the soap opera. And that's okay, as long as you're aware of it. And you're like, okay, I get it. We got to do this and we got to do that. We're not straight up. Or at least they're going to try to get a pullback for us to then go up, right? We can go straight up, but in general, they're going to make a shot at it. They're going to give it the old college try like they do every year. Most years, we get a pullback. How deep that is, I don't know. We're going to read their. I'm going to read to you their story, right? The manifesto. This is the beginning of the manifesto. It's beginning to be unrolled. They've been working on it. They've had teams of writers working on this stuff. They've spent a lot of time and money on this. So terrible. I'm so callous now. I just read something. Trump spoke last night. He's quiet. I found yesterday to be kind of interesting, right? It was the first time where he held a press conference after the bell, right? I like that. I like a little bit less of the crazy, right? Like we're going to have a presser at 1 p.m., then they come out at 4 p.m. I kind of like that. I like the more rhythm to it. That he did that back when his Trump 1.0, he got into a rhythm, and it was a little bit more predictable, even though it wasn't predictable. But at least you weren't getting totally annihilated. And that seems like a lot of that's been going on the past month for some people. Not me, not you, but I do know people out there that have been caught in that shit. And it hasn't been fun, has it? Has not been fun. So we've got low information next week. We've got the plan coming out right now. I'm going to read the rest of this to you. EMEA indices fell heavily during European trading hours as many EU companies, especially auto companies, stand to be disadvantaged by the latest Trump tariff announcement last night. In addition, ECB's Schnabel said that restriction has come down significantly up to a point where we can no longer say with confidence that our monetary policy is still restrictive. This caused markets to reduce their bets on further ECB easing this year, which also applied downward pressure to EMEA indices. FX. Risk appetite in the currency market is mixed this morning with the Kiwi dollar. I mean, these guys write a fucking letter on this stuff, right? I mean, they're talking about the Kiwi dollar. Like, they're going to write you the biggest fucking story. It's not even going to be funny. The risk appetite in the currency market is mixed this morning with the Kiwi dollar outperforming following the RBNZ rate decision last night and the yen showing strength in early trade. Can you imagine having to know all this stuff day in, day out, Monday through Friday? The RBNZ rate decision last night and the yen showing strength in early trade. The RBNZ cut rates by 50 BPS last night as expected, bringing a total of 175 BPS of easing since 2024. With the OCR now much closer to neutral and the economy recovering slowly, it is likely we'll see the pace of cuts slow from the RBNZ moving forward, leading to strength in the Kiwi dollar this morning. The yen remains in the front foot against the U.S. dollar, partly in thanks to the expected policy divergence between the U.S. Fed and the BOJ. Investors now seem convinced that the Bank of Japan will hike interest rates further amid signs of broadening inflation in Japan, which continues to underpin the JPY. You guys know that Japan is not a fan of that, right? So they're telling you right now, Japan is going to increase rates. If any of you know Japan, they say that, then they don't. They'll like do a rate cut, then they'll do a rate hike, or pause, then they'll do a hike, then they'll do a rate cut, then they do a pause. So this is more like U.S. banks saying this is it. We're going to get the super hawk Japan, right? B of J. GBP is underperforming this morning after mixed UK CP numbers. Scotiabank note, GBP made a little more progress through retracement resistance at 1.2610 earlier, but spots inability to hold gains. And new cycle highs in particular leaves it looking prone to more softness. Support is at 1.2580 and the daily close at or below here will point to more GBP losses ahead. The euro is showing weakness on auto and pharma tariff threats from Trump, creating a downside bias for Eurozone GDP and weakening regional currency. Commodities. Oil prices moved higher this morning on supply constraints, finding support on curtailed supply from Russia, as traders also monitor talks aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. Reports earlier this week said OPEC Plus was weighing putting off an increase in production set to begin in April. Russia's deputy prime minister subsequently said the group wasn't planning a delay. Gold printed a fresh record high during the European trading session this morning. The precious metal fell back to a flat ahead of the U.S. Open after weekly U.S. mortgage applications fell by 6.6% over just 1 week's time. That's right. Get that bounce going. So there's the base case, right? We're starting to roll out all of these news pieces. I'm going to read some more of this to you right now. JPM trader Stuart Humphrey. While we have not seen any supply of mega cap tech here, we've seen some covering outright demand in other parts of TMT. We have seen LO demand
move towards the upside on the S&P 500 just off the back of that headline again from New York Times. Trump's eyes a bigger, better trade deal with China.
A bigger, better Trump trade deal with China. Woo, look at that squeeze up there. Hold on 1 second. Let me go to a 1 minute. Nice little squeeze, huh? Almost like it was just in time. Look at that, huh? Woo! Get it on a 1 minute here for you.
So Trump would like to strike a
nick of time
ranging deal with Chinese President Xi, one that goes beyond just reworking trading relationship.
I'm coming out with so we're talking tariffs, right? Trump now saying that we're going to write a new trade deal, bigger and better than the one that he's breaking right now. If you're MAGA out there, I thought we were getting tariffs. Now we're getting a trade deal, bigger and better. You got to change the narrative. Catch up. Just kidding.
So from the New York Times article, Trump has expressed interest in a deal that would include substantial investments and commitments from China to buy more American products.
Yeah. He got what he wanted, Cap. That's what it is, Cap. Trade deal back off again. Oh no, tariffs back off. What we used to say, tariffs off, right? Wait a minute, tariffs back on again. Does this remind any of you that were in this market fucking 8 years ago? Does anybody remember this? Does anybody remember tariff deal on, tariff deal off, Gyna deal on, Gyna deal off? No one remembers this? Am I the only one? Was I on a different planet or something trading? What do you mean, see it coming in? I fucking drew it out for you. What the fuck are you talking about? I drew it out for you. What the fuck you think that is? Right there. Volume candles. I got a magic ball. I got an 8-ball. Look at it. Look at a magic 8-ball there. What is that? That's an 8-ball. You think I just make that shit up? All right. JPM trader Stuart Humphrey. While we have not seen any supply of mega cap tech here, we've seen some covering outright demand in other parts of TMNT. We have seen LO demand in semicaps, which have been most recently a relative short on China exposure, as well as some buying in higher quality large cap software. I've seen this demand here all year, and honestly have been better to buy in most semis, excluding Avgo. For what it's worth, this seems to be a consistent theme across the street per our conversation. Yesterday, we came into a moment in the market where the bears couldn't get us down, could they? They tried until about 2:30, but right around there. And it was like, yeah, they're not getting their chance today, so we squoze higher. Ultimately, where is the market pointing? Even though you're getting this whole narrative written for you, right? That we've got doom and gloom. The market is not quite doing what it's being told to do. Market is trading higher. We are all-time highs was yesterday, right? Day before on SPY, 612.27. As of this morning's high, we are trading what? 610.90 on the high intraday. Give me one quick second. I got to catch up here. Oh, shit. Musk mulls sending all Americans $5,000 checks using Doge savings. All Americans. Woo! Amazing. I wonder when we get that. I wonder when we get that check. I wonder if we get that check right before the midterms. That's when I would send it out. I would double it too. I would put one check out right now and then a second one out right before the next election. We're going to look at gold this morning. Now, after that China news, well, first let's start off with U.S. House Leader Scalise saying the House is to vote next week on the budget. The source was Punchbowl. But next we have this. I want to read this to you. Alpine Macro saying the broader impact of the trade war in the Chinese economy should be limited. Even during President Trump's first term, when the U.S. and China were locked in a bitter tariff war, Chinese stocks performed on par with the S&P 500, and economic growth far outpaced that of the U.S. in recent years. Chinese exporters have further reduced their reliance on the U.S. market. Ultimately, Beijing's domestic policies remain far more influential than external factors in shaping China's economic trajectory. Second, Beijing's commitment to self-sufficiency in key technologies will only strengthen, supported by the country's vast human resources. I'm going to post this for you inside the Discord. And this morning, Trump just said Trump eyes bigger and better trade deal with China. Trump has expressed interest in a deal that would include substantial investments and commitments from China to buy more American products. Source was New York Times. Trump eyes a bigger, better trade deal with China. Trump would likely agree. Let's see if I can get this for you guys. Trump would like an agreement with China to also include issues like nuclear weapon security. This is going to be an ongoing conversation. I can already see it. It's like 2 years of China deal on, China deal off. I mean, this is important. If you think about just when you think they're going to wrap this stuff up, and they're laying out the, hey, we got to price in tariffs and this and that. You've got Trump here saying, deal not in stone yet. Looking for this March, April impact of tariffs. As a matter of fact, I just posted a, let's see if I can find this. So Alpine's saying, I think Alpine's saying long China or Chinese stocks. More of the same here from the doom sellers, right? For our seasonal weakness, U.S. Treasury's weaker after UK jobs, Canadian CPI data. U.S. Treasury's bear steepened on Tuesday. Initial catalyst for the move lower was stronger UK employment. Canadian CPI data and U.S. fixed income gave back the rally post retail sales from last week, while decent-sized corporate issuance, which also weighed on price action. While desk activity also included real money buying in the belly of the curve, front-end markets were lower, unwinding post-retail sales move from Friday. June Fed currently has 9 BPS of easing priced in at 36.5 BP through year end. We already know that they're not going to cut rates, right? You should already know this. There's nothing that the Fed needs to do currently. They don't need to raise or cut rates at this point. And I wouldn't expect, even though the markets are betting on it, unless data gets really bad, I don't see it. But through year end, flow wise, there was block buying of 100K, blah, 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 flattener, nope. While desk activity saw decent buying across red SFRs, option activity was balanced with a slight skew to the upside. And we also have 4 or 7 trillion proposed in this budget proposal coming up too. That'll be interesting how that market absorbs that. U.S. equity positioning. Time to fade or chase U.S. equities. This is UBS Hanning Sobier. The S&P 500 is trading at the highs of its post-election range. Interestingly, there is neither appetite to chase nor to fade equities. That's not completely true. Calls are being rolled higher to 6,200, just as a heads up. There is gamma opening to the upside now. So even if we have an expected more downside, even if we have more expectation of more down here, it is plausible and possible we do not get that, and the way is just higher. Scratch all of that out. We better hope for better be hoping for some doom and gloom on tariffs. That wasn't it. What Trump just said was not the doom and gloom that the 20-year was looking for. The S&P 500 is trading at the highs of its post-election range. Interestingly, there is neither appetite to chase nor to fade equities as investors expect decade-high levels of dispersion to continue, which is muting index price action. In addition, there has been an accumulation of long gamma positioning given the sharp drop in implied volatility. puts are getting a little bit more expensive. Has anybody noticed that puts are getting a little bit more expensive right now? There's an accumulation of long gamma positioning given the sharp drop in implied volatility, which is another muting factor to index price action. As a result, investors are waiting for the next catalyst, which according to SPX options, pricing is Nvda earnings on February 26th. 82 BPS implied SPX move, which is quite substantial, right? The 26th also falls on next Wednesday. Absent any external shock to the market, expect quiet index price action with an upside bias given seasonally high corporate buybacks and a steady bid from risk control funds. We showed that to you yesterday, right? I think yesterday I showed you that vol control funds, risk control funds, CTAs, all buyers right now, as long as we stay above 6,100. We can dip down to 6,080, but as long as we stay up here parked, they are in accumulation mode for an upside move for next Wednesday's report from Nvda. To note, single stock short interest is still at multi-year highs in the Russell 2000, while SPX, and I think we showed you that yesterday, Russell 2000 and also the Dow Jones Industrial Average is pretty hemmed in right now, right? It range bound below all-time highs, while SPX and NDX shorts have been covering for weeks. That leaves short squeeze risk in IWM as it makes another run at 230, potentially fueled by 3 closed CTA buy triggers. I showed you the IWM CTAs were looking to turn up. IWM coming into some kind of a bottom, and it's so shorted right now that it is prone, as well as DIA, prone to massive squeezes. DAX vol markets is in this extreme stress. Can't really recall when we saw this type of divergence between VDAX and VIX. That's huge. Is this more doom? So I'm going to check this here for a minute.
Zelensky, a dictator without elections.
Excuse me here.
And Trump says we are successfully negotiating an end to Ukraine war. Zelensky better move fast or won't have a country left. So just Trump commenting there on Truth Social.
Trump saying calls Ukraine's President Zelensky a dictator without elections. We are successfully negotiating an end to the Ukraine war. Ukraine's President Zelensky better move faster, won't have a country left. Excuse me. Let me just one quick second to be right back with you guys. Sorry about that. One more quick second here. Two emails yesterday. None today. I wonder why that is. What are you guys talking about? The fuck is that? I didn't know that Robinhood had stern letters. Hold on one second here. I have received stern letters before, but not from Robinhood. I've received them from I got one from Tasty, I think. I want to say it was, I don't know if it was Think or Swim. I think it was Tasty that gave me a stern warning. They've talked to me on the phone before too. Yeah, I don't know about that. I like tested I tested some trading out on Robinhood. So I'm not familiar with Robinhood. I'm not that familiar with Robinhood. I've been trading on it here and there recently, past 6 months or so. But then I sent them some emails. And I was like, why do you do this? Or why does this happen or that happen and that kind of stuff? And I was shocked at some of the responses they sent me. Their risk team and stuff like that. So I don't know why they say I don't know why they're sent or why they say I don't know what have you Googled it to find out what that means? I don't even know what the fuck that means. You're in line for a support call? I don't know. It looks like they're looking for work. Like they're looking to do something. I've never received anything like that from them. I have had stern letters though. They did have this thing where they wanted me to upload a picture ID to prove that it was me, or I couldn't continue to trade. Yeah, it could be crypto too. Did you guys see the? Did you guys see that was it IBKR or the Interactive Brokers just got nailed for a bunch of crypto shit? Just got a bunch of fines. It could have to do with that with crypto. Robinhood has futures now? Are you shitting me? Dude, that just sounds like a fucking fuck show. Does it really have futures? I gotta look that up. Yeah, that's right. Blood them down, baby. Blood them down. Rope in these fucking bulls. That's right. Just slam them down. Doom dirty. Drag them all the way into the 1 p.m. Doom. Drag them into the FOMC Doom. Vixperation. The mechanics of the stonk market. Just grind them out all day long. I hope that we can get some downside here and fucking finish this downside move so we can squeeze up into the close today. That's my hope. Here, let me show you guys something really quick. Right here. Okay, so here's SPX Gamma, right? We're just kind of like parked on this bad boy, right? It's the place to buy the dip, by the way. A little bit of dip buying going on down here, but the juicy one is down lower. This is the one that David and I were speaking about. Down here, I should just move this one down because we got the tick here. See the tick right here? 6068. There is a trap here for bulls. There's like an I gotcha moment that's being set up for bulls. And I want to talk to you guys about this, right? So we can have post this inside the Discord here.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump torpedoes Senate border effort, urging GOP to back big, beautiful House bill.
I love that they force these guys to say this stuff. So right here, we push that over right there. So David and I yesterday were saying, we don't like this down move right here. We would prefer to see one more, right? Bloodbath. And then we can go take that stuff out like that. What you're doing is you get people that are like loading calls. They got hedges on and shit. Can't really crash, can we? Probably not. Everybody's hedged out of their fucking gills right now. Puts were cheap this past week, weren't they? They're getting expensive because we hit all-time highs right here. I don't know if you guys know that, but once you hit all-time highs, everybody gets hedged up, right? So people start buying puts for a roll down. And so puts got more expensive yesterday. We already talked about putting a hedge on that was cheap. Let's just take a quick look at this down here. There's like a setup, right? See this put wall down here? And I'd really like to see at least maybe down there. And then go higher. Most of you probably think, nope, that's not going to happen, Cap. Maybe there, baby. And I always like this, like, if you're up here loading calls, right? It's like put buyers. You know, like they're always like, oh, we're going to crash. I'm going to buy puts right now. And they squeeze you out, burn your puts. Then they print the downside, right? Same thing with call buyers wanting us to go higher. They torch all of your calls. All packs right here is what pack is right here. It's going to crash or it's going to squeeze. It's going to crash, going to squeeze, going to crash, going to squeeze, going to crash, going to squeeze, going to crash. Meanwhile, you should be grabbing the edges, right? With your own bias. We're either going down, right? Grabbing edges if you think we're going down. or grabbing edges down below if you think we're going higher. So let me post this for you really quick. In the Discord so that you can see if you were a trader, right? Where would you want to be long here and where would you want to be short? If this is the middle, this is diddle in the middle, probably want to be short higher, right? Probably want to be long lower, right? Meanwhile, you've got, speculators in here. You can trade this inside of the zone, but you can't be calling like, yeah, we're going to go up there, bro. Maybe eventually, I think it's hard to do that. So I think you can do it if you begin to break out. But otherwise, we're just kind of messing around, right? Eating alive in here, right? Wham, 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 wham. Just kind of getting eaten alive in here. You could do intraday stuff, but in reality, you need the breakout with a new high to get long, don't you? Trade that. That's where the money is.
And regional disparities as well.
Or you need that bloodbath down here to get long, don't you? Kind of like rent-free in your head that it's going to at least go to here, right? Yeah, maybe it'll go down there, maybe it'll go down there, maybe it'll go down there. But kind of rent-free buying a dip, isn't it? Right? Leave some stragglers on, leave some more stragglers on, that kind of stuff. It's a better position to be long, isn't it? Same thing over here, right? Always better to be long over here, long over there, long over there. Telling you a breakout, and then boom, that's the actual breakout, right? That's a nice place to be long, isn't it? Fucking beautiful, isn't it? Bam, bam. Sexy long.
Fitch saying we expect aluminium market to be most affected as US relies heavily on imports of primary aluminium for domestic consumption.
Yeah, I like that. I like that drop, just that quick drop. Peas, carrots, and corn come to daddy. Unload your doom on me. That's pretty much it, isn't it? Give me your doom. R1 is right here. It's all-time highs. A lot of this is all gap. All this red up here is gap. Yeah, that's all I want too. I want all the I want like everybody's doom. I want like the quick like super flush from Trump. Then we just move up and away. Oh yeah, there it goes. Boom, got that one. I got that one. I got that email. I've been playing email all morning, like telephone. Did you get it? Nope. 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 Is it in your spam? Nope. Not my spam. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Maybe I should ping you. I don't know. I'm still looking for. I'm still looking for the pullback. I kind of like. I was thinking about this yesterday. I was talking to David AMS in the chat yesterday, and I took a long yesterday in the. I took a long in the mid afternoons. At some point, I took a long, which was the bottom for the day, and I got out. And then I waited to see if the Bears could do anything, like put like one last trade together end of day, like just get the market down. And like we just went into like 2:30 and 3, and I'm like, fuck no, that ain't happening. Because it's like the inverse of the bear, or it's the inverse of bull, right? If you're a bull and you have a nice up day, kind of get out of the market around 2:30. You don't care if it's going to go higher, because most of the time it's going to pull back, right? It's like the inverse of that in a corrective move. So you're like, they got to like 2:33. I'll be honest. I'll be 100% honest with you. I think it's absurd to chase this. I think it's absurd. I think if you like ran this trade 10 times, 100 times, I don't think you're a winner. And I think this is the hard part about this. Is like one of the lessons. This is one of the lessons in hindsight trading. This is like the fear of missing out trade. Like I want to take the trade long right now. I want to squeeze the fuck out of this and clear all this gap out. But I can't. I can't because I know that my livelihood depends upon. I just got my tax bill in. Well, not tax bill, but I just got a bunch of stuff in from my brokerage accounts. It's just stupid. Trading the hourly target right now. So you can see it. But for me, I don't need the trade. I don't need the squeeze to close out the gaps up here. I love buying dips. I really do. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, chasing money is never fun. I don't like it. I like the nice pullbacks. I like taking the long on it. It prints really well for me, and I'm patient for it. So for me, I don't want the trade. And what sucks about the hindsight part of it is, I'm like, yeah, it's gonna squeeze. Yeah, we're gonna close the gaps, all that kind of shit. And I'm like, I still don't want the trade. I always like the pullback trade. The pullback seems to make me consistent money, and it's hard to fight the urge to take the trade that I don't think is right for me. And being on stream, it's like I got 4 chats going, get long, we're gonna squeeze, bro, we're gonna close all those gaps, and I'm like, I can't take that trade. The trade's not the one for me. Especially making money, or especially with tax season coming up. I was looking at my taxes. Holy fuck. Taxes are stupid right now. My county taxes are through the roof. My state taxes are through the roof. My federal taxes are through the fucking roof. I can't believe how much I pay in taxes every year. It's out of control. What I pay for taxes. I think the one thing that maybe infuriates me the most is I just sold a bunch of houses and stuff. I got a bunch of sales last year, and then I bought some property last year, and then I don't know. The one thing that really infuriated me was my county taxes, I think in particular. I got so many raises that they ascribed to shit that I haven't done. They're just like blanket taxing people. I get why they're doing it. We all have money, so they want their cut. And a gap to close to the upside, 611.87. Breaking above the 1 hour resistance right now. We pay those taxes. Someone can study dingleberries and indigenous habitats to pay a fair share. I don't know. The thing that infuriates me is like, we pay a lot for our insurance, right? We like our medical insurance is fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. We pay for our medical insurance. Like, we don't have. We had insurance through my wife's company. Now we just pay it outright. And it's fucking ridiculous. I can't believe how much insurance costs. What I get for it in return, that's probably more infuriating than even my tax bill. If I had like one of my bills that makes me angry, it's my medical care. I think my medical care is probably the one. And no, I would say I say it's medical care. It's not true. If I had one thing that fucking burns my ass, no offense if you're a dentist out there, but we gotta break up the dentist union, or the dentist lobbyist, big dentist lobbyists, big dentists. They need broken up. That's probably the 2 most infuriating bills that I pay: medical care, or medical insurance, and dental. I'm trying to think if I've been angry about paying homeowners insurance, but I don't think so. I think I've gotten what I've wanted out of homeowners insurance, but in particular, medical insurance and dental insurance is fucking infuriating. More infuriating than even taxes. Well, I've had some fucked up tax shit too, but I give a little bit of a slide to that. Because where I live, things are getting really nice. Like Detroit's becoming a really nice place. Although there was a guy here that fucking frauded the Detroit River Conservancy. That shit drove me fucking batty. And we got a new mayor. We're looking at electing a new mayor here, and that scares me. It brings me great stress, believe it or not, because of fraud. Detroit is famous for it. Most cities are, though. Most cities are famous for fraud in one way or another, but we had a rash of it here in Detroit. I'm not from Detroit, but Detroit had two big problems, or 3 or 4 big problems. They had it was an industrial center for a long time, and as time passed, manufacturing was moving. People were gaining wealth and moving, spreading out from Detroit. Manufacturing was moved, and then we also had workers that were not quite overcompensated, but ridiculously compensated. And we also had services built into this town in Detroit for a large population that was on the decline. So Detroit at one time was like a beautiful city, you know, had all the infrastructure and stuff like that, but a series of things. And then we also had civil unrest in this city as well. So you like put that whole pot together, and Detroit was ripe for failure. And so it did. It failed. The city itself failed. It was terrible. I wasn't here, but I did visit years later when I was first trying to buy property here, and it still hadn't made that turn. It was just on the cusp of turning when I started looking at property here, and it was still kind of dangerous. When I first looking around, I'm like, it wasn't dangerous. It was more like, if you're looking for a haircut, you'll get one. If you're not looking for a haircut, you can probably avoid most crime, except for the normal stuff that you'd experience anywhere, like robberies or break-ins or stupid shit. You know, like the stuff that you can easily avoid if you need to. It was becoming less and less. Now it's a great town. Like Detroit's like kicking ass, but I don't want to give this tax money if it ain't going to continue. You know. I don't want to I want to be stay a part of Detroit, but if there's always that risk, right? We're going to raise taxes, which are doing stupidly, and I want to see that growth continue where I live. So I'm not as mad as I am with my insurance. I would say my medical insurance and my dental in particular is bullshit, utterly fucking bullshit. That shit makes me angry. I can't believe what I pay in that shit. It's fucking stupid. Do you guys all pay for insurance, medical insurance? It's out of control. Am I the only one that pays? Maybe it's because I got wife and kids. It's so expensive, but I feel like it never ends. Plus, I got there's another thing that it doesn't quite bother me, but I have animals. I don't remember my dad ever paying that much for animals or animal care. I feel like that's through the roof too. We have like a monthly ongoing bill with the fucking vet. We go to the vet once a month or something. I don't know. But like animals are no longer.
Musk is eyeing options for Boeing to move faster on AF-1 jets, according to New York Times.
Microsoft reveals its first quantum computing chip. I own Microsoft. Please, please, please tell me. Please, please, please tell me. Please. Ooh, yeah. Did anybody else buy Microsoft with me? Did anybody else buy Microsoft with me?
Also, New York Times says that Trump regards Boeing as almost a lost cause. So just seeing off for the back of the New York Times headline. Boeing shares are moving towards the downside for the back of that. Again, Trump regards Boeing as almost a lost cause, and Musk eyeing options for Boeing to move faster on AF-1 jets.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. MSFT. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Just keep saying quantum computing chip. Quantum computing is badass. That's more dangerous than AI in some ways, right? Won't quantum computing will like change your passwords? Ooh, quantum. It looks horrible to you? That's why you buy it. When it looks good, I'll be selling it. Oh yeah. That beautiful fucking look at that. Sexy. It keeps being parked right on that 410. This is Microsoft. Won't give up that 410. You just sell puts to the people down below. Trade that bad boy to 420. Pretty long CL. I don't know. They're going to try to close this gap up here, I think. It looks like they are. And closing that. They've closed part of it already. Hold on here. Grinding higher now to close the gap. Someone asked me why I bought Microsoft. So the thesis for me for this year is, so for this year in particular, we had our first ER season. So I'm looking for tickers that underperform the rest of the market or the sector to buy those on their lows. Microsoft was one of them. And then I'm looking to buy indexes on major seasonal lows. So if you're looking for like that late April or late mid July to early September, looking to add indexes when I can there. Because my view is that we go up into the end of the year, or at least I hope it's end of the year. Depends on the timing of the market, but end of year. Yeah, it's an accumulation for the year. I'm here to hold on. Just a note that hourly velocity is improving on a 30-minute basis. Look at that fucking pin, man. It's such a short week. Like, we are fucking parked right now. I want to sell right now. I want puts right. Where the fuck are puts at? Where are the puts at? Oh, goddamn fucking puts. Goddamn, I want goddamn puts right now. Puts. What do we got here? God damn, they're still expensive as fuck. So oh, that'd be so gorgeous, wouldn't it? 607, 608, 34, 608s. They're 13 cents, dude. They're cheap as fuck right now. 608s are only 13 cents. They're cheap as fuck. Am I on the wrong date here? And they're fucking dirt cheap. If we ran down to 608 by end of day with FOMC minutes, whoo, whoo, whoo. God, I feel like I'm bared up right now. I shouldn't be feeling like that. I want poots here. I'm not even thinking about up. I want a discount to buy calls. Gap indicator. No idea. Here, let me get you guys. Give me a second here. Squeezing higher now, trying to close the gap to the upside. Let me see if I can get you guys the one that I use. Give me one quick second, guys. There's a bunch of hidden stuff up here too. You can see there's still some hidden. Like here's the gap right here, but there's more room to run than just the gap. Hold on a second. I got to check in with the pro traders. Sorry about that. Yeah, Squawker is on. I was on a phone call, had to take. A close friend of mine just heard some bad news from someone he's known in his life. So he's a little shell-shocked at the moment. SPX trying to break out right now from resistance. Trying to break out of the box to trade up and to 61.65 right now. Trump saying that he endorses House Republicans' budget plan, which provides $4.5 trillion in tax cuts and $4 trillion increase in the debt limit. Spend, 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 baby. The plan also aims to cut spending. I read about this in detail last night. You always gotta like read the words. The plan aims to cut spending by at least 1.4 trillion, while stating the goal, aim and goal, is to reduce spending by $2 trillion over 10 years. That's still net spend. Meanwhile, Senate Republicans plan to vote on a budget that would add $150 billion to military spending, which I agree with right now for where we are, and $175 billion to border control. That seems like pointless. You guys already know my take on border control. You can end it in like 2 minutes. You can end border control in this country in like, if you really wanted to end it, you could end it in like 2 minutes. All you do is you put all business owners on notice that they go to prison. That's it. Just felonies. Start handing out felonies to everybody. You don't follow these rules and this path for legal seasonal workers. H-2B. You work on the H-2B and H-1B visas. And then you just start handing out felonies to business owners, and it would end. Just like that'd be done. It'd be that easy. So the $175 billion of border control, they prefer to discuss tax cut and raising the debt ceiling later. So they're trying, rather than pass an omnibus, they're trying to pass two separate bills. I don't know how that works itself out. I was reading last night about Mike Johnson and the other plan that's being put together by the Senate. And the whole thing seems to me initially like a poison pill is going to happen. The DNC is also doing some kind of a virtual caucus. I can't find any information on that. It's not listed in the news. It's not listed anywhere except for Punchbowl saying that something's going to take place. So the whole budget thing, like on the one side of the budget, I'm like, yeah, this is going to pass easy peasy, but it never does. Like it never does. It's always like grandstanding and then poison pills and then and some of that I read last night was about like you got to understand that like Trump wants these bills passed as quickly as possible. This is a thing that Obama ran into. He got bogged down. You figure Obama was loved by most people, right? He actually had a majority. People thought he would bring some kind of change, or I just liked the guy or whatever. And even he got bogged down in the House and Senate. The real problem is that behind closed doors, nobody really cares. Everybody cares about power and money. It's a hard thing for people to believe that. We get sweet talked to from our elected representatives, no matter who they are. Hey, we're going to get you this. We're going to get you that. We promise you this. And sometimes they live up to some of those promises. You get some of those promises met so that they keep your vote. But then a lot of that stuff, they don't. You don't get what you actually asked for, right? They're like, oh, we'll get it done second term. We'll get it done this and that. Trump doesn't have that time. Invariably, he's got 2 years. He doesn't have 8 years. He's already done his first term. He invariably has got 2 years. Let's be honest. He's got 2 years for what? He's got 2 years to be perceived after 2 years more like a Reagan. You want, like, if you're a Trump supporter, MAGA supporter, you want your base to be happy. You want to also pull in voters in the middle to your cause so that when you get to the midterm elections, you don't get strung up. Now, everyone knows this. Insiders know this. And so if you're a House representative, you want to get your deals done now too, right? So it's like competing interests. You've got Trump that's like, I only have so much fucking time. I got to get this shit done. And not only that, I got to make sure that I secure the House of Reps during the midterms. And I also want to secure MAGA, right, to some extent. whenever that's going to be in 4 years. So he's on a deadline, a big deadline here, and he knows as well as anybody that if he doesn't get the things passed that he wants to get passed quickly, without that negotiating, he can fulfill all these things that he wants to do. Now, the House doesn't care. The House is like, well, and the Senate to some extent too. Like the Senate publicly will give an air of decorum. We're not like the House of Representatives. Whereas the kind of like a whip is the House. The House is raunchy to some extent. No matter what your politics are, the House is like kind of raunchy, right? It's kind of wild. And so even though all that's going on, you got like Trump wants all these things, you kind of get it. You kind of know publicly these people are going to be like, yeah, we want Trump to have whatever he wants, right? I'm a MAGA. But behind closed doors, they still are greedy. They love power. They love money. And they love these things that we don't see or believe. We get told, this is for the good cause, or this is for the right thing to do, and all this other shit. But truthfully, if you're a House of Rep, you're like, right now I've got leverage. I can get something given to my town or my community or my voters and go back home and say, hey, I got this for you. Does that make sense? Or I make a deal where I don't get what I want from my members, but I get something else, whatever that might be. I'm going to get a chair position. I'm going to get, I don't know, Trump's going to come down and, I don't know, stump for me, whatever it may be. There's still that inner working thing that goes on. You can see it in Obama. They were like, oh, yeah, bro, we love you, right? Dude, yeah, man, change. We the people. And then, like, they get him. He's like, I want to pass this and I want to pass this. And they're like, you're going to pay for that. You know that, right? He's like, what do you mean? I thought we were all on board. Behind closed doors, like, fuck no, bro. You want to do all that shit? It's going to cost you this and it's going to cost you that and it's going to cost you this. And that's like that inner greed and power that goes on inside of our government. So I don't know exactly how that turns out, but I'm reading right now. It says Trump endorses House Republicans' budget plan. Of course he does. Yeah, he wants it as fast as possible. No backroom dealings. Just get it through. Easy peasy. We'll work on the rest of the stuff later. Which should provide around 4.5 trillion in tax cuts and 4 trillion in increase in debt limit. The plan also aims to cut spending by at least 1.5 trillion, while stating that the goal is to reduce spending by 2 trillion over 10 years. Meanwhile, Senate Republicans plan to vote on a budget that would add 150 billion to military spending, 175 billion to border control, before to discuss the tax cut and raising the debt ceiling later. That makes sense, or at least from Trump's perspective. If you're a Trumper, that makes sense from a Trump perspective. That you would do that. You would want to separate both of those bills. I don't know how that stuff turns out. My assumption here is we'll be dealing with this stuff into possibly late April. It wouldn't shock me to see like wrangling over this because we're coming into like a seasonal weakness period. So it kind of all matches up, doesn't it? The government is aware of this. Everyone's aware of it. Wall Street's aware of it. You're aware of it. We're aware of it. If there was a time for anything negative to come across or be priced in, this is the time to do it, right? They're gonna right in the back room. They're gonna be like, dude, we can drop this fucking market in 2 seconds. Poison pill that shit. I got my puts. World's greatest traders, right? You got the world's greatest traders out there. Okay, how about this? I'll give you what you want, but let me say that the vote failed, and let me put a bunch of puts in the market. You shit me. I'm shit you not. This is how this stuff goes. I'm going to make some money in the stock market right now, and we know that there's seasonal weakness coming. It's plausible that we can send this market down to the depths of hell and nobody cares, right? 'Cause it's going to come back anyways. Jesus Christ, so gross.
Iran's leader Khomeini
so gross.
Should release frozen Iranian oil funds.
The guy that I'm always mentioning, Wolf Richter. Make sure you check him out. The gap has been closed at this point, just so you know. There's one tick left, but the gap is closed. Yeah, Wolf Richter, check him out. Try to like read him. He needs to be read over time. Like when I first started reading him, I had to go back and read successive reports, like I'd say 3 months of reports, depending on what you're interested in. So you get a gist for what he's saying, because he uses, and he looks back in time too. He'll like reference a story. He like builds a story, I should say. Like, let's say you're talking about I don't know, used car sales. He'll like revisit these things repetitively, month in, quarter in, that kind of stuff. So you can be lost in the beginning. Like, oh, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And where the real juice is typically is in the comments, because what I notice is people will get shit elsewhere, either from newspapers or TV, or it's not just social media. People get it from, they get a narrative, and then they'll like go to Rolf's blog, and within his comments they'll regurgitate what is zeitgeist, even if it's just throwaway. You know, like you'll notice that. You guys ever notice, like, you can tell when a psyop is going on when it disappears? An argument or a conversation or a anything that's like something that makes you emotional, and then you notice that there's no more continued in-depth coverage on that topic. You'll see like the splash, or it's too easy to understand. You'll see like a chart maybe, and they're like, oh, I overlaid this chart with this chart. Look at that, bro. That tells you all you need to know. Stock market crash. Right there, man. We just put this chart over this chart, bro. We're doomed. Whenever you see stuff like that, it's always like, I get the feeling, but is it real? And I think Wolf. So you go into like the comments, so you read the data that he puts out. Try to read his posts like 2 or 3 times. It'll take a while to get the gist of it all, but once you get the feel of it, you go inside his comments, and that's where the sauce is, because the sauce in there is he like, I don't know if he lures them in. I don't know if it's how his writing style, but fucking fools go in there all the time, and they're like, blah 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 blah. I saw this on FinTwit. Everything is fucked, or we're going to the moon because of this. It just doesn't have to be doom either. And he just like rips their clothes off, and he leaves some things. He tries to leave you like a trail of stuff. He had a post yesterday, I think, where he made a comment where he said it's unknown the impact of this thing. I forget what he was discussing in particular, but he was like, that's some pretty bad, or if this comes to pass, it's going to be pretty bad. He's like, I just don't know. It's unknown what the impact is at this point. I forget what he was talking about, but he had an article, I think, yesterday or the day before. So you can kind of like piece together what matters to the market. It gives you context for what other people are saying. And you start to view the market differently, data differently, the story that's being sold versus the real, true, permanent, or like we get in a major market shift through this stuff or whatever, or whatever. It's hard to swallow too. I should say that. When I first started reading this stuff, I want to say it was about a year ago, maybe longer. But I always felt like I always felt like whatever I was consuming was not tradable. Or it was to push a narrative that didn't, I was already late to or something. I don't know how to explain it. Or I didn't understand what was being said to me. It was a multitude of things. And I think once I started to read his blog, I started to figure out how much bullshit there is. And I was able to like then separate politics and narrative and sizzle and versus reality, which sucks too because I have my Main Street hat. We all do, right? We all have our own like personal beliefs in our own lives and anecdotal evidence, which is a tough pill to swallow, isn't it? It's a really hard pill to swallow. It helps me with economists too. Like he's helped me see economists that are political, right or wrong, or good or bad, or. But anyways, he for me he was a pivotal part in figuring out what's bad and what's good. And he explains to you like when bad news is good news or good news is bad news, or how they're lying to you. Like we got retail sales, and everybody was like it was the worst ever. It wasn't. It isn't. They're not. They want the sizzle. Retail sales worst ever. Market rises on bad report. You know, that kind of stuff. He went in there and gave the PCE numbers. I think 2 days ago, he was like, "Yeah, let's do some quick math and just teach you how to get PCE." It's like this is so awesome. He's like dumbs shit down for people, and if you ask him, he'll tell you. Like, I don't understand this, or I don't understand that, or can you explain this? He will. If you go in there though and you regurgitate shit that you've heard elsewhere, he just shits all over you. He makes you feel like you're this big. You like walk out, you got your tail behind your legs, and you're like, God damn it, he was right again. He's an invariable encyclopedia of knowledge, wealth and knowledge, or knowledge and or wealth of knowledge, I guess I should say. Easily digestible after you consume his content over time, and he's rarely been wrong. Very rare that he's been wrong in his takes on stuff. And some of what he says doesn't really isn't tradable, but it gives you a better conviction in where we actually are in the market. So you'll hear people like give you reasons why the market should do this or should do that. You're like, they're wrong. Like that maybe we'll go up or down, but it's not for that reason over there that they're giving you. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about over there. I don't see that. I don't see that at all. He dispels a lot of that stuff. He's just pure garbage. And so, what do you guys' take on him? I don't ever ask you guys that question. Hold on a second. I got to respond to the pro chat. Yes, sir. Let me ask you guys a question. I'll read the chat. I'll read Twitch and YouTube. What do you guys think? What is your take on Wolf Richter? Does he? I'll tell you why I like him. I'll give you this the tiniest, the biggest reason I like Wolf Richter. He is mostly contrarian, and he fucking pisses me off often. I'm like, God damn it, I was wrong. Or, God damn it, they're filling me full of shit. And then he's like, step by step goes, this is where they're fucking lying to you. And I'm like, it makes me angry. Or it makes me sleep better at nighttime too. I get this weird thing. Someone said to me recently, what do you mean it makes you sleep well? This shouldn't make you sleep well at nighttime. I'm like, well, it does because he's dispelling so much garbage. It's like, just like rips it up, puts it on fire, and I'm like, God damn. And now when I read him, I read the fucking article and I try to figure out what he's trying to say because he doesn't tell you. The way he writes it is amazing because he tells you, but he wants you to figure it out on your own without him, which is amazing. Like he'll write something to you, right? I'll write you a blog post. He's not explicit. He doesn't say retail sales are great. He like gives you all the stuff. So you like got to read it and then like okay, I got this figured out and that figured out. Then you get down in the comments and you're like, God damn it, I missed that one fucking thing over there. God damn it, I got 3 out of 4. Like, fuck. But you're doing it as like a self-test so that if he's never not fucking there one day, oh yeah, make it bleed, baby. If he's ever not there one day, he's like a fucking dad. I gotta be honest. I mean, this guy's like he reminds me of my own dad, you know? He's a fucking asshole. He's a fucking asshole, but he's giving you the tools for you on your own to figure this stuff out and what to look for. He's a resource, man. If you had a resource, like one of my favorite resources right now on the internet is probably him. In terms of data, he's giving you he's saying to you, this is what you have to look at. Write this down with a fucking crayon and put it into your routine. And I think for like dumb cash market traders like us, I think he's a fair resource. I'm telling you, he's amazing, man. You might not understand it all right away or whatever. Yes. Please roll it down slightly. Just a little bit of doom in here. Where's my 1 p.m. 20-year auction? There you are. But anyways, you might not get it, but just go for the article. If you're like, I don't understand what's going on here, then go into the comments. And I would check back after about a day or two. Because he sets them up too. He'll like let people post like 50, 60 comments. He won't say a fucking word. And then he comes in like a day or two later and he's just like, I'm like, oh, this is so amazing. Watch, he's gonna fuck all these people up. Like, he's gonna go in there and just start torching people. And he just goes in there and he's like, he's got a cadre of people in there too, so you got to watch out for them. You'll get like there's some regulars in there, and they'll try to warn you. They'll be like, "Oh no, man, don't talk about that, dude. You're wrong." And they're like, "No, fuck you, man. I don't know who you are." He is, isn't he, Zoo? He's an OG god. I mean, the guy's a fucking... When that guy's gone, I don't know who's going to replace him. I don't know, man. You guys tell me who you think could replace him, because I don't know anybody out there. You guys have anyone right now that's actively posting every day about data releases and then, like, writing the story over time? I don't know anyone doing it that well. Maybe there is. I don't know anyone doing it that well, but it doesn't sell newspapers. That's how you can tell too. You're like, oh, this doesn't sell sizzle. I'm like, this fucking guy doesn't write anything that's like front page. Like he like shits on that stuff. Oh yes, please do it. Oh yes, give me a dip. Give me a dip. I want the dip. Send it down to 608 so I can get a dip. Make all these fucking bulls fucking burn. All these FOMO bulls. Yes. Yes. I just need like FOMO. I just need like FOMO bull like get torched. Bro, I've been long for the whole past week looking for that big upside print, dude. I got washed out. Right? My calls are all fucked up, bro. Did you get spreads? No, dude. Just straight, pure fucking gasoline calls. That's all I want. Well, sell them to me. I'll buy them off you cheap. Just like give them to me. I'll take them. Your calls are worthless. You don't want them anymore. Check them out though. The one thing I would warn you of, if you were to read Wolf Richter, I will say one thing to you. If you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I'm not joking, like if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you might get the feeling to be like blah 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 blah. Don't say anything. Just be quiet. Let somebody else say the stupid shit and just like laugh at him. Because he's got it. The guy, like the guy's good. I mean, they're in there trying to pick out like misspellings. Like, oh, Wolf, you got the date wrong. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I missed one number. He's like, fucks with the algorithms. He's like, I ain't changing it. Then someone's like, you can change it, bro. And he's like, no, let's just go fuck off. He's like, I'm gonna leave it just as it is. But they can't pick out any other like mistakes. This guy's good. He's real fucking good. I got his book. I got his book around here. Hold on. I don't know where it is. I've got one of his books here. I bought one of his books. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Come on. I'm going to get some magic going here. It's not enough. I need more. Need more down, sir. 1223 Doom. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes. Oh, there's not much there, is there? Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. A lot of room down there to run. I don't know if we can get down there. There's a lot of you shall not pass up here. Oh yeah, do it. Oh. We need bad news. I gotta get on Twitter. I make a terrible bear. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Ooh. We need a Trump tweet. Oh. Guy tariffs back on. One tweet. That's all I need. Half an hour until we get the auction. Yeah, we've got Fed meeting. We have a 20-year note auction. That's surrounding a bear thesis that it will not be a good auction based on two given reasons, or one major given reason of automobile tariffs plus some pharmaceutical and other tariffs that the market won't react well to it. The second reason, though, would also be what? What someone out there tell me, what is a 20 how does a 20-year note correlate to, I know you don't want to believe this, spending more money in the government. So you've got a budget proposal right now in a time where the ratings agencies are saying what? Not just rating agencies, but if you look like, 20, 50 years down the road, we're kind of fucked, right? With debt. Not today, but we are. We don't want to be creating new debt, right? So potentially new debt. The 20-year would respond positively if the longer end of the curve feels like we can absorb that debt. But if it doesn't, the knee jerk on the 20-year might be a demand for higher rates. Why? Or higher yield. Why? Possibility of inflation not being transitory would do it, right? Potential to not be able to pay bills back, right? That kind of stuff, right? So that's the bond market warning you, don't increase the debt. These tariffs might be bad for the economy, might be sticky. Doesn't mean it's permanent. Just means that's just a shot across the bow. So we've got that at 1 p.m. today. We've got a 20-year bond auction, and then we've got further doom. Not doom, but if Jerome was to change any of the verbiage, right? Yeah, we're kind of scared about Trump policy. Now, do I think all this stuff matters? Do I think that the bond auction matters or the minutes really matter? Probably not. But if they can price that doom in right now, that volatility, which looks like what they're doing. We also have over here the FOMC minutes. It's at 2. I got that the wrong place, but we got more doom at 2. Ooh. Sorry, I'm talking to the people in Pro Trader. It's like, don't want to be too much of a bear. Yep. It's a nice little rundown there. Let's check out the 20-year. Oh God, yes. Oh, here's TLT down here. What is TLT looking like on a 30-minute basis? Hourly looks good. Daily not so much, but the hourly looks good. Daily looks okay too. Let's look at VIX 9-day. Take a look at that. Not seeing anything on VIX 9-day right now. TNX looks bullish. Tough call here. Like TLT looks great. TNX looks bullish. TNX has a hourly, daily. There could be something. It's kind of weird. Like TNX is showing like a potential like immediate upside move in TLT and then a bloodbath. Something like this. Maybe close the gap. And then down. TNX looks pretty bulled up here. Dixie not real, or VIX 9-day not really showing me anything. Dixie looks bullish right now. So that's a net. It's like so far, like TNX, Dixie saying yes to the Bears. HYG looking kind of bearish here. Like it wants to drop down to 79.30. TLT, tough one to call. It looks bullish, just counter to all this other information. Up or down here, boys and girls? We're going to find out, aren't we? I got to go check on the... Yeah, I like the rapping for Jesus. Let's see what the... We got to go to the market chat really quick. Yes. Spoozy, squeezy right now. Coming into the 20-year. All-time highs right here. Also, remember that we do have vol kicking off once we get through 20-year auction and the FOMC. This is kind of like the hope and the prayer for the Bears, isn't it? This is it. This is like Bears. I'll post that on Twitter. 13 minutes left. Market squeezing higher now. Imagine if we get this big red bar. It'd be fucking hilarious. By the way, if you're watching the show right now, you can always trade the reaction. You don't need to be deciding where the market heads in the next hour. You can sell a high or buy a low. Very easy market right now to trade the edges. You don't need to be calling up or down, live and die by a sword that can impale you in 2 moments based on a guess. You can just trade the reaction. You can actually trade the action too. If the minutes and the 20-year is good, you can always just ride it up. You don't need to be. For some reason, I don't know what's going on. My you don't need to be picking direction, I guess is my point. Let's check this, make sure I got volume here. I haven't heard shit from the news squawker today. Earlier I did, but I haven't heard nothing. The Trump administration is to pull congestion pricing. Susan Collins fires new warning shot at Trump on spending. As Elon Musk and the White House Budget Office seek to block spending that has already been approved by Congress. Quote, I think it's pretty clear that this violates Article 1 of the Constitution, said Senator Susan Collins of Maine, the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, said in an interview.
The prior bid to cover was 2.75 and the prior high yield was 4.9%. Long maturity Treasury yields hold small increases ahead of today's $16 billion 20-year bond auction, cheapening the issue outright on the curve. Bigger yield increases in most European bond markets are a factor. Treasury coupon supply this week also includes a $9 billion 30-year TIPS issuing tomorrow. Given the lower yields and less attractive valuations, a larger concession may be needed for a good result, according to JP Morgan strategists in a late note yesterday. Also, just taking note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net long 44,000 classic bond futures contracts, the most since March 2022, which may limit covering demand for the auction.
Collins also warning the Trump team on some spending cuts. I don't know if I'm reading all of this correctly. Maybe I'm out of the loop as to what was actually said. So you can find this anywhere else. MSTR strategy said to seek below range conversion premium on notes. Apple's reversed course last up 0.5%. Launches a lower cost iPhone. Trump admin. Trump administration to terminate New York City congestion pricing approval. Saying people are saying that it's doing quite well. Congestion pricing has done well in New York. If they think congestion pricing going away will be bad. Ackman saying very bullish on the Trump admin. It's on the most pro-business administrations I've ever seen. That lines up with that statement that I made to you earlier, that if you're a pro-Trump supporter, Ackman reinforcing today the statement that I made about having to come off as more of a Reagan Republican. If Trump is able to pull that off, I was thinking about this week. There's so we were discussing this earlier, like how much time does Trump have to pull off what he wants to pull off? you have to think back. Some of you are not old enough for this. I'm not old enough for most of it, but I'm assuming some of you are old enough to remember this. When we had Jimmy Carter was president, a lot of bad shit was assigned to him, wasn't it? A whole bunch of bad shit. You created inflation. You failed at the Iran hostage negotiation. You failed in Lebanon. Blah 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 blah. Was it Lebanon? I think it was Lebanon. Don't hold me to this because I was a kid. I was a baby at that time. But there's a lot of bad shit assigned to Carter, and truly, to the winner take all. If he's able to parlay into that Reagan-esque, even for 2 years, 3 years, all he needs. No one will care about the whining that's taking place right now. It'll literally be buried. I think Elon has said that too, right? Like if I come out on the right side of this, you'll be remembered as a hero to at least the stock market, to voters, regardless of are voters getting what they actually want or need, doesn't really matter. It's how you're remembered at that time period, right? Everybody voted for Reagan. Everybody did. Like he's going to save America, and he was looked at fondly for like that decade afterwards. So this is separating the argument of, well, is he going to do more damage than good? It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. And it didn't matter with Reagan. Those changes are in place to today, basically. If you look at any chart relative to the economy or the stock market, there were two key inflection points. One was when we switched the tax system the first time. I think that was in the 50s and 60s. Took some time. And then 1978, you can actually see everything change. The impact of Reagan's, directly an impact from Reagan's presidency. Now, I don't know if Trump's able to do that or not, or I'm not going to comment on the politics of all of it. But Ackman making that comment just recently, he was saying he's very bullish on the Trump administration. It's the most pro-business administration I've ever seen. Now, does Ackman really give a flying fuck? No. Ackman just wants to make money. Does that make sense? It's greed and power. How do I get paid between now and when it all falls apart? So you kind of have to like read through the lines of all this stuff, right? Well, I realize that. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I don't suck off Ackman. I'm not a fan of Ackman either, but like pragmatism serves people better when they're trying to make money for their profession, right? then well, you know what? I want this to be true. Doesn't really work in the stock market, does it? We all know that. You know, we all fucking know that. No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that, talking monkey. Don't take what I'm saying as like I'm pro Ackman or pro. I think he's an evil fuck, to be honest. He's like a very young, what's his name? The other guy I make fun of all the time. The other evil, I forget what his name is. I always post the picture of him in the boat. Another liquidity provider for the market. Nah, not Soros. Who's the other guy? He just got in trouble too. Oh, my screen is freezing up. No. I don't know why I'm having a mind block on him right now. He's not quite a market maker, but he is. He provides liquidity to the market like Ackman does. I forget his name right now. I'll remember it in a minute. No, not Druck. I kind of like Druck. He's ruthless. Druck's ruthless. He sells his ohm though too. This is where the prior high is right here. This yellow box. Coming into the first of two volatile events. Let's close that one off and see what happens. The next one would be FOMC up here. 2 minutes left. Place your bets. Icon. That's who it is. Carl Icon. He's the other evil bastard out there.
Expecting the results for the US.
You know that guy's creepy as fuck. He's got to be.
Yield is due at the top of the hour.
You know, Icon was probably. I shouldn't say what I want to say. I was going to say he's probably on E Island, but it wouldn't be shocked. It would be like, oh, wasn't expecting that. Push that over for you so you can see it all. Yeah. Yep, in the boat. They got a famous picture of him riding in a. He's riding in like an Italian, or I don't know if it's Italian, it might be an American boat or something, like a woodcraft, old school woodcraft boat. Looks like he's like riding down the Hudson or something.
The FAA
sitting in his Speedos.
Elon Musk's Doge team will make more agency visits on airspace reform.
Yeah, you remember that? Remember the Icon trade? I remember that too. Didn't he just get in trouble? Or wasn't he just like, he either made concessions or he did get in trouble. I thought he was under investigation at one point recently.
Spot 82% ahead of the auction.
Carl Icahn, the other evil bastard. The other. He's got like some Rumsfeld in him. A little dash of don't fucking trust them. Yeah, I love the Druck too. He's a ruthless, like I would never want to be on the other side of a trade with Druck. Or even when he was younger. He's a smart motherfucker. No, he's like Charles McGilligot. Another ruthless fucking trader. Fucking sharks. Fucking Rubner's a shark too. I'm always fucking with Rubner right now on Twitter. I shouldn't be. But he's like, who's that small piece of shit? Fucking with me on Twitter and socials. Who's that turd? I actually don't dislike Rubner. I think he's a smart trader. But I'm not really commenting on that. I'm commenting on the ohm that's sold to you and I. I don't know if you guys noticed that. When I'm talking about Rubner on public, it's
4.3 with a high rate of 4.83%, 4.83% compared to the when issued yield of 4.82%. So the US sold $16 billion, awarding 37.1% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 17.51%, direct 19.51%, and indirect 62.99%.
Treasury 20-year yield was 4.82 before the $16 billion auction. The U.S. 20-year bond bid to cover actual was 2.43. The forecast was 2.75. Ugh. And then the 20-year bond yield actual was 4.830. The forecast was 4.9. It's not
US 20-year yields rise sharply following the auction.
it's not good for markets, but let's look and see what the reaction is here. Down here and look and see if we're bleeding yet or not. A little bit of blood here in TLT. TNX. A little bullish here in TNX. Dixie not happy. I'm not seeing much reaction just yet. More neutral, I would say, if I had to guess. Oh, really? Andy said D plus. I'm going with like more neutralish. I don't know that that's enough to shake the market. Maybe later in the day, combine that with some hawkish Fed, maybe. Wait a minute. TNX is starting to perk up here a little bit. TNX is make this a little bit smaller here, so you can see a TNX. I'm watching that closely. TNX getting some sauce going here. You don't want to see us rise above like 5. TNX. I don't know if I'd go. So you said Andy went with a D plus. For market, I would say more like C. C minus. Negative, but not. It needs more. Is that like I don't know if I say it negative. I'd say like neutral, slightly negative. I'm not seeing any tape bombs though. Just a heads up out there. We've got a you want to be reading this. I should probably do that myself, right? Give a expectation on here. A Fed primer. FOMC primer here. Hold on. Yeah, we need money from Europe to come into the US. We need euro dollars. We need euro. We don't need euro poors. We need euro rich. What is that? I got to read this more closer here. Just a heads up to you, if you're watching right now, we're giving you Bloomberg Terminal primer. They're giving you a Bloomberg Terminal primer as for the FOMC minutes in the Discord market chat right now. And then also a primer from News Squawk. So you're getting both here. Make sure you read both. I want to read it myself here in the background, then the one from Bloomberg Terminal. Same as usual, right? Yeah, that was the hawkish. I don't know if that was quite hawkish either, Dr. CS. I mean, it balance. Yeah, I'm with you on that. 100%. I'm 100% with you on that. They don't have to do shit. Like the balance of risk is the Fed. I think if you want my take on the Fed minutes or FOMC minutes, I think you're going to find out that it's set. Well, some of the stuff that I'm reading here is saying
National Security Advisor Waltz saying chances of a peace deal for Ukraine and Russia are good.
So some of the, there was more hawkish tone from the Fed chair. Everyone's harping on.
It was adding that French President Macron and UK's PM Starmer to come to Washington next week.
If you guys got to go back and follow Wolf Richter. You really got to follow him because he gives you the real truth, and he gives you he shows you the mid range of the curve. How on the 3 and 6 that inflation is expected. I'm giving you a condensed version here, but he preps you for this stuff, and then you can read between the lines when Jerome says something. And in Jerome's last FOMC, he skirted, but he said keywords that mattered, and it lined up exactly with what Wolf had said. And Wolf basically had said this. Watch him be here. Listen to me right now. He's wrong on that and he's wrong on this, but I think I got it down. So basically this. The Fed doesn't have to do shit. There's room right now for inflation to run hotter. Transitory inflation, we'll call it. Tariff transitory inflation. Now, it's hard for us to consume what's pushed on us in the news. What's pushed on us in the news, what's social media, all that kind of stuff. Right now, there are Democrats that are anti-tariff. Does that make any sense to you? If you're young, it might. If you're old, it doesn't. The thesis here, Econ 101, is that there is initial inflation, but it goes away. It's transitory. Corporations will try to push. They're very smart these days. That corporations are very good at extracting all they can out of you as a consumer. at all times. Companies don't give a fuck about you. I know you think that they do, but they don't. They don't care. And they're going to try to push those initial costs off to you. There's also some greedflation in there too, if they really aren't affected, but you think that they are. So it still comes back on them. Tariffs. Now, where the Fed is right now, the longer run yields are saying that this inflation will be transitory and that we're willing to wait and see if it becomes sticky or not. The market needs like 3 to 6 months. Well, first they have to fucking know if we're getting tariffs or not. You already know that tariffs are not in place yet. I just posted an article to you inside the Discord earlier today that told you when tariffs will be enacted. Inside that article I posted to you, it says, right, when you're going to see the tariffs in products. So it's not even there right now. So any price increases right now that you're seeing, it's greed. That's all it is, greed. You'll actually see corporate profits rise initially next quarter from that greed. Now, they might have a more sour outlook for Q3 or Q4 if it becomes sticky. But this inflation from tariffs usually comes and goes. Now, if it doesn't come and go, and we move more into like a waves of inflation like this, not velocity, just waves, it can become more sticky, and you'll see the farther end of the curve demand higher yields. It becomes sticky. But right now, we're not seeing that. Does that make sense? Even the bond market's saying, we'll believe you as long as you're serious about being aware of this inflation possibly turning sticky. As long as you're aware of it. And that's what these FOMC minutes have to do with that. The bond market wants to see that the Fed is aware that there's initial inflation on tariffs and that they're aware that it could become sticky, but that they're willing to act upon it. They also want to know that the Fed has room, which they do. They have room for more inflation, believe it or not. No matter what you're hearing out there in public, like all the chatter and the consumer can't handle this and you can't handle that, that's all wrong. The data doesn't support that. The data supports that you can handle more inflation. No, it sucks. And if it's transitory, that's a one-time hit. And the Fed also shows that they can handle more inflation. And not only that, but they don't have to cut right now based upon that possible inflation.
At the Federal Reserve Corporation.
Being transitory. They don't actually have to do shit right now. They don't have to do anything. Now we'll know more, of course, as time passes, as we find out what the actual policy is from the White House, what the budget is. We'll find out more as we get our ratings. We're going to get ratings. We're going to get budgets passed, right? We're going to get ratings this summer, right? We get S&P, Fitch comes out. They tell you good, bad, or ugly. Toga party's over. Start tightening the belt. Are you tightening the belt or not? Is this really a trade war or not? You had Trump this morning saying, I hope we can do a deal. We're not quite in trade war yet, are we? So there's still a lot of unknowns in the market. Outside of all the noise that you hear. So the bond market today is likely looking for reassurance that the Fed is hyper aware of this possible inflation. And is it transitory or does it become more embedded? And do you have the ability to raise rates more if we need to? Some of that discussion comes out inside of this Fed minutes. It really is. We're not really at that place right now. I'm with you. The BS noise. I'm with you on this. I don't think we're in this like I don't think that anything with the Fed right here is at this like major market pivot because we fucked something up. I don't think we're there right now. The data doesn't support that. All that is like it's just people selling you fucking newspapers. I'm serious. We're like, we've gone too far. We need to do more. All that shit is bullshit. Fed doesn't have to do a fucking thing right now. They probably need like 3 to 6 months of data to either say, oh shit, this is becoming entrenched. We have to raise rates right now on you, shit like that. So right now the long end of the curve is not saying that. Or like major market impact. I don't see it right now. I don't think we're there. And then like the worst part of it is that it'll be assigned to seasonal weakness, which is like as long as you're aware that it's seasonal weak. Like if we get seasonal weakness, they're going to harp all over it. These people are going to be like, oh, it's because of the fucking inflation and tariffs and it's because of this and that. And, you're going to be like, that's not why we're going down. So you can like separate the two, Ooh. Keep on pumping Microsoft. I keep burning those puts. Yeah, it really is. My perspective on this right now is that you're looking for like the base case here is that you're looking for any kind of knee-jerk down moves. You're looking for seasonal lows. You don't necessarily have to be exact on those lows that you buy and stuff, but if we end up pricing in inflation or tariffs, one-time price in, you're there to buy it. I don't see any. The only thing, the real risk to the market right now, like real risk, is probably pricing in tariffs. That's a one-time deal. Geopolitical stuff like war that we don't see coming. Something negative like that you can't predict. You're not gonna. There's nothing you can do for. You can put a hedge in the market. That's it.
Unfair about trading. Sefcovic speaking live. We'll put out the video for you in the Financial News feed as well.
The good part is that the hedges are cheap. Hedges are dirt cheap right now. They got a little expensive yesterday, but they're still relatively cheap. We were looking at hedges the other day, and if you think we're going to trade under 600, like 85 or lower, there's great prints below all the way out to September. The fact that you can buy that, and I was talking to a buddy yesterday, a close friend of mine actually, and we were discussing the market, and I don't know if I should share this conversation or not, but I was talking to a friend yesterday. Maybe I will. Maybe this is insightful. So I often struggle. We put a show on here every day of the week, right? And not often, but whenever I come into a period of the market where I need to bounce a thought process off into somebody else and say, hey, am I in the rabbit hole right now? Am I being myopic? Am I reading this wrong? I try to go to people that I trust that don't stream and say, hey, man, I'm in the fucking bubble all day long. Like, I mean, like, they got people like commenting this and commenting that, and what about this and what about that? And have you ever done this? And you consider that and all this other stuff. And it's like constant. It's all day, every day. It never ends either. It's like DMs all night long, DMs all day long. Not a bad thing. It's just constant. Constantly in the bubble, constantly in the bubble, constantly in the bubble. So I was looking at hedges, and I'm like, man, these things are so fucking cheap, I'm like, they're dirt cheap. I'm like, the initial reaction to that would be buy them all because we're going to print it. But there can be something else implied from that too. If they're a hedge, not a directional play, maybe we're not coming back here. And so I was talking to a friend last night, and I said to my friend, I said, there's a lot of fear. He's like, no, there isn't. I'm like, yeah, there is. I can show you a chart. You look at the AAI bear bull ratio. The bear, like, people are fucking scared. Now, he took that. He's MAGA, and he took that as me saying to him that America doesn't like Trump policy. And I was like, no, you're not understanding. I was like, it's not that they're afraid of Trump per se. Like, hey, I voted for MAGA. I want this to happen. It's the fear of unknowns. Even if you want something. And that is real right now. Whether you like Trump or not, it's, yeah, I want this, but oops, what's the implication of that? And so there's always that internal self-doubt. So you've got people that doubt, and then you've got people with self-doubt. And it comes through, you can actually track this stuff. There's data that says, yes, this is going on. So I'm talking to my buddy last night, and I'm like, I can see the overwhelming sense of, I can see this, there's overwhelming sense of doom from people, or even just self-doubt on the direction that they chose. There's like both of that going on. You can see it in the data. Show it to you, right? It's easy to see. But if there's all that going on, I learned some of this from Volatility Wiz too. Scott's taught me a lot about this stuff, and he's mentioned this. You know, for all of this doom talk or fear that's definitely trackable, nobody's fearful. There's no value in puts. Puts are worthless. Which says something. Says that no one thinks we're going down. And even if they think that we are going down, they think it recovers. So the general gist in the marketplace is, I'm fearful of Trump, or I want Trump, but I don't know what the outcome is. I'm anxious, but they're not betting on it. They're not betting on doom and gloom. The market in general is betting on going up and never looking back. And you can see it in just the price of puts. Put hedges in particular, they're dirt fucking cheap. They pay stupid.
He sees no justification for sudden U.S. tariff hikes.
So I was talking to my buddy, and I was like explaining all this to him last night, and I'm like, I just want to make sure I'm not in a bubble here. Like, am I missing something? Should I be afraid? And he's like, why are you afraid? I'm like, no. I'm looking at it from the perspective of why are these so cheap? It's implying that we're not coming back to trade 85 or like 585, or which I think is kind of scratching my head about. And then I'm like, and that we're not going to have any kind of a major correction this year down to like 500. That's not even the realm of possibility. 520, 510, not even on the plate of anybody. And so it's telling me two things. Well, it's telling me the one thing to check myself, right? Check other people and stuff. But it's also telling me there's possibility we break up above this 600. This is like base camp. You won't see anything lower than this the rest of the year. And even if you get those cheap ass put spreads or put hedges or whatever, they're likely not going to print. This is a convexity traded, by the way. So it's like you got to hit like the lower, you got to like slam down into like 85 to 90 to get paid and stuff. But anyways, he was like, "What, are you bearish?" I'm like, "No, I'm super bullish actually." I'm like, I feel like, I don't want to say it publicly. I don't want to come on the show. Like, you guys ask me questions all day long. Where's this? Who's on first? What's on second? If it goes wrong, where are we going? If it goes right, where are we going? All that kind of stuff, right? If we're going to go higher, where the target's cap. So I'm constantly trying to battle all of that information to make sure I have it available, right? Know where we're going. If it goes against me, where are we going? What's behind door number 2, 3, and 4?
You will have no choice but respond to U.S. tariffs.
But at the same time, I got to check to make sure I'm not fucking crazy. It's like I'm like, this 625 and 650 look apparent to me in a major way. Like, we're going there earlier than later. And the put market's telling me the same thing. Put market's like, don't even fucking be looking down there, bro. We're going up. That doesn't mean the hedge isn't warranted, but thesis wise, is there like major downside risk?
Also adding that the EU
Options market saying no.
Of tariff hikes.
In my view. Chase, man, I'm sorry, brother. I warned you yesterday too. Yeah, you like that base camp? You like the analogy?
Sevkovich saying that the EU is open for US trade and interested in deals. Fitch Ratings says that tariffs could hasten cuts to US corporate earnings estimates. Now it goes to the Q&A part of Sevkovich's speech.
Yeah, I think market's going higher. 100%. I check everywhere. Look, am I wrong on this? Because I think I sound crazy. I don't think anyone's calling for 625 or 620 and then 650 before the first correction. I don't think anyone's calling for that in the summertime. I haven't seen anybody call for that. Are you guys seeing people call for that, or is it just me? I think I'm the only person thinking that. That's how I feel, at least. Coming back up into prior high now. Here's the all-time high in R1. Look at that beautiful little oh yeah. Oh yeah, what's that right there? Got such a sexy little tail. Look how beautiful she is. Oh yeah, I get that flowy little tail over there. You got those beautiful. Oh yeah, you got that nice little hoof down there too. Oh, I see that hoof. Oh, look at that mane over there. Oh, you got such pointy. Oh, yeah, what's that right there? Oh, ooh, got nice teeth over there. I don't know. That's not that. You look kind of goofy, bro. You're not looking that vicious. You see that right there? Gotta make that, gotta fill in that head now. I can fill in that head for you. Want to fill that head in? Get that yoke off your neck. Get that big old, yeah, the head looked kind of funky, didn't it, bro? You need like the dragon head. Like that. So bad. Head's a little bit bigger than you expect. Remember that volatility blows off. Oh yeah. Oh sorry, I'm reading you now. I'm reading the chat now. TNX bleeding down and away. SPX Gamma looking mighty breakout bullish. .30 minutes hourly Gamma or 30-minute hourly Velo looks great.
Which says that he is ready for dialogue with the US over big tech.
Also, be careful as we come into 2 p.m. It's 1:40 right now. We got 20 minutes left. Be careful of a drop, initial drop into the FOMC minutes. If you are joining us in the Discord for the first time, what I would recommend is this. It's like meeting people for the first time. We're a group of traders. That's a good question, Fatty. So let's start with like baseline. So we have a Discord. We have a website. We have a Discord. We have tools and stuff that we give you access to. On our website, we do updates, market updates. We do forecasts, all kinds of crazy shit. And then in our Discord, what makes it special, our market chat, our basic Discord, what makes it special, not our pro chat and all that kind of stuff, but the market chat, what makes it special is that our traders, our trusted traders, our moderators, our mentors, they spend a lot of time in there, like 24 hours a day. There are traders in there. Traders in there trading Globex throughout the night. There are traders trading stocks. There are traders trading retirement stuff. We have traders that are trading commodities, traders trading metals, crypto, you name it, whatever you like. We have people in there trading it regularly. We have mentors in there that teach you how to. So a lot of this show is based upon luring you in, for lack of a better way to say it. The idea is to lure you in as a degenerate gambler that likely does not have a method to your madness. So the gist would be that if you're a degenerate young trader and you've been lucky and then lost, that you come inside of our group and learn how to make money regularly as an active trader or investor, to stay in market for long periods of time, to pay your bills and your debt and all of that stuff, to not get washed out, to not have a job anymore, to make your job this. Does that make sense? That's your job. No more working a regular job. Quit your doctor career, your attorney career, whatever it is you do, and make your living in the stock market. Now, if I were to trade that with you here in this show, it would be boring as fuck, wouldn't it? Trading for a living is boring. I don't know if you know that. You might not think that it is. You might be like, well, I'm on Wall Street Bets, I'm on FinTwit, and then I'm fucking bouncing around over here and over there. I got my favorite stock, got my favorite crypto. That's not really how you make money long term in the market. I'll be honest with you about this.
Approval for congestion pricing program.
I have a lot of friends in real life that you guys don't know, people that you look up to elsewhere. Like on FinTwit, people with 1 million followers, 500,000 followers. You should see who follows me. For all the hate that I get on FinTwit, you should see who follows me in FinTwit. I have private conversations with those people. These are the best of the best of the best of the best. And they say the same thing that I'm saying to you right now. Trading in reality is boring, lonely, it's a lonely profession. It's not something that's easily captured on a screen. if I were to be like a pumper and dumper, I could do it. Like focused on the memes and focused on what's a retail favorite and all of that kind of stuff. But the reality is that's not where the money is. It's not how you change your life. All those stories that you hear are bullshit, basically, a lot of times. So trading is boring to make money. It really is. So the idea behind this, how this whole Discord thing grew in the first place, was I have a lot of friends that didn't have tools or methods or whatever. And I'm like, why? Wait a minute. You don't use this stuff. You don't have like rules. You didn't backtest this stuff. See how, like 2020 hindsight, all this craziness. So we started talking as a group, friends. We've been friends now for 5-6 years, I think. And a very long time. And you need to have those methodology to the madness. And it's not all fun and games and hitting buttons and, Vegas and all that kind of stuff. It really isn't like that. So, in particular, why we charge in the Discord is because, like, I used to have a Discord that was free and open. I had one for years. I would call, I'm not shitting you, 1,000 people every month or two. Gone. I even deleted that Discord. I could have sold it. Could have sold the people in it. Could have kept everybody in the roles. Could have had 15,000 members. I would call them. Keep it manageable right around 3,000, 5,000, somewhere in there. What I noticed was that there were problems. There truly are people without skin in the game. People that are really not trading the stock market, or they're bored, or they're home all day long. And they're not actually investing in trading. And that's too much noise. I can't have it. I'd rather trade with like 5 people than 100 people, be honest with you. And then we have do-gooders. I call them Robinhooders, not like Robinhood users, but they're do-gooders. They take advantage of a good thing, and they think everybody should know the answer, and that's not true. You can see it in GME. Too much of a good thing, everybody finds out, that good thing goes away. And those do-gooders go on to the next thing to ravage. So they go from thing to thing to thing. And they want you to enable them to do that. And they don't have any money or skin in the game, because if they did, they wouldn't care what the price is or the cost of entry. So I don't charge much. And then this is the last part. This is where the wolves are. The wolves come out and steal your shit. They use it everywhere. Resell it, whatever it is. So you got wolves. And then you got bots, scammers. Discord's known for this. So a small fee, and the cost of me running that Discord, it cost me money. It's been free for years. It like draws a line in the sand that keeps out majority of the scammers, the bots, the wolves, you name it. No skin in the game, just hanging out all day long, not actually trading. And what it does is it calls to people that are serious. This is what I do for my job. I trade the stock market all day long. I invest in the stock market all day long. I trade bonds. I trade metals. Whatever it is that you do. And they want a serious space. They don't care about the shit posting on Twitter or the shit posting on Wall Street Bets. They're there to make fucking money. And they don't want to be surrounded by people fucking off. I'll be 100% honest with you. They want a serious environment where they can learn or make money or whatever. So you've got the honeypot. This is the show that you watch all day long, right? The honeypot is to attract you to what we do, right? That fun stuff. Zero dates this, zero dates that, all that kind of stuff. Which way are we headed? We're going to squeeze up, blast back down, squeeze back up again. Oh, it's down. Ooh, having a great time, all that kind of stuff. But in truth, it's not easy for me to say to you, hey, you want to buy the SPY when it's burning right now, and then we'll sell some options against it? No, you don't want to hear that. Do you want to hear, do you want to start a savings? How much is your savings account? Do you put money away into some bonds? No? Do you own a smaller an ETF that reflects Mag 7 that you can sell options against? Do you know how to put a FIA on the market or Condor, or do you understand rolling positions or assignments or all that kind of stuff? That stuff doesn't really work in a live stream day in, day out. This live stream is intended for two things, I should say. It's one, to keep you company all day long, right? It's number one, because it's a lonely profession, what you do, what I do. It's lonely. And the second reason is that if you want to stop fucking losing all your money eventually, you can come and meet other traders that make their living all day long in the market, every day, consistently, so that you can learn how they make money. Maybe it's not for you. And these people are kind. They share how they make money in the stock market, experiences with you, and say, this is what I'm long this or short that, or I've got the whole market wrapped up, whatever it is that they're doing, so that you can learn how other people make money consistently. And that's the whole point of the Discord is, if you're tired of being a losing trader, tired of being a losing investor, it's like meeting new friends. You show up to their house, you don't put your feet up on the couch, you don't leave your shoes on, you don't drag mud in the house, you don't invite yourself in for a beer. You kind of like, hey, I'm so-and-so and want to hang out. So you spend some time in the Discord, get to know who people are at different times of the day or nighttime or late night or overnight or that kind of stuff. And then you go, hey man, I see that you're long this, then you're out of it, then you're in it, then you're out of it. I see that you're winning. Can you teach me how you find these things? And they teach you. You'd be surprised at how many people, like when you guys see trolls and stuff, troll behavior, it doesn't help you. Wall Street doesn't care about you. They make fun of you as a retailer. You are the dumb money in their view. You'll never be as good as them. You'll never collect fees. They could lose all day long. They don't give a fuck. They win no matter what. They wrap all their trades up. They get money cheap. They buy cheaper buy underlyings elsewhere, and they sell them when their dollar goes up versus our dollar. They can't even get fucked if they wanted to. They're smart money. No one's out there for you. No one cares about you. So you kind of have to care for each other. So when you see a retailer shitting on another retailer or whatever, it doesn't help you as a retailer. You got to be around people that are making money actively in the stock market, or when they lose money, they tell you, I just lost. I just got fucking beaten. Just got bludgeoned on this trade. Or I'm making bank on this trade, whatever it may be. But that's a key part to trading, or at least it was for me. I've paid for Discords. I have friends in here that I have paid in other Discords hundreds of dollars every month. $500, $600, $700, $800 a month to be in some Discords. But what did I gain from those? I gained a lot. Everyone's like, it's all anything you need to learn, you can learn free. I don't believe that. I don't. I learned a ton free. Like I learned a ton about options from the Options Industry Council. I learned a lot about the market from free shit everywhere. But there was that last part that I couldn't learn, and that was where someone spent time with me, put it all together. They do that in Wall Street. They don't just go, here's $1 million, bro. Don't blow it up. They hand you off to someone. Say, you're in charge of this fucking whatever. I'm not going to say those words here, but, and you get mentored. And that mentor is big. It is the missing piece. And you might find it out in public. You might not. For me, I had many mentors. I still have mentors. Today, I have mentors. People that mentor me to this day. Having that sounding board or someone that can tell you fucked up or stop doing this or what the fuck are you doing right now or why are you losing right now when you're usually winning, because I'm on this, I trade this right here, bro. Well, it's not working right now. I know. I gotta alter something here. Can you help me? Having that outside sounding board is important. Building those relationships is important, regardless of whether you're, I don't know, white, brown, yellow, whatever the fuck it is, purple, green, whether you have curly hair or straight hair or no hair, whether you're 5 feet tall or 8 feet tall, whether you have 6 fingers or 4 fingers, it doesn't matter. We're here to make money. This is our profession, right? That's what we do. We're dumb retail. We're the ones that people say are the worst. That the profession, the real profession, the professionals think that you suck worse than them. You'll never be as good as they are. That's what they say. I don't know how true that is for everybody that's a retailer. I think that retailers can be very good at what they do, and on par with professionals. And as a matter of fact, in our Discord, we have professionals. We have actual Wall Street professionals in our Discord. Who can tell you that? Why do you think we have those people in our Discord? Do you know why? Do you guys know why that is? It's hard for professionals to find alpha. It's hard for them to find them. If they have it professionally, they make a bunch of bank and they leave. Who tells you that? There's someone famous that talks about that, right? Warren Buffett talks about it. If you guys ever read any of Warren Buffett's books, it's hard to find alpha, especially professionally in a professional environment. So, they're all human too. They're smart. Some of them are even quants. They're really hella smart people, but you can't just discount retail as a whole. In general, you get enough smart people together in a small enough group, and you're not public enough about it, it can be good, be really good. All right, so we're coming into the minutes here at 1:58. And no, you're not getting free fucking out. Sometimes you do for me, but you're not getting free fucking alpha from me on a show. It's too much time, too much effort that goes into this shit. So sometimes you do, but I try not to because I get counter-traded publicly. And this show streams where, like, that's the other thing. You guys see me on like YouTube or Twitch, but we stream to like 4 or 5 different platforms. And then we get restreamed in Discords across the world. Europe, I know for sure we're streamed in Europe, and then some other Discords here in the US. So this is too much. And it's cheap. I think it's like $8. I don't know what it costs, actually, to be honest. To be in the Discord, I don't know. But I know that you can pay by the month if you like. If you don't like it, you just ask for a refund. I'll give it to you.
Pricing is dead in New York.
You think you get better elsewhere? Get it elsewhere.
Well, I'm meant to go to the FMC meeting minutes.
I'm growing that yolk on this dragon here. You see that? That big filling out that yolk right now. Living and dying by the sword here. So to answer the question on trade, or what am I looking for? I was asked in the Discord by a new member, what am I looking for a trade? I give expectations. So let's look right now. What I'm looking for. I'm always looking for the dip. I talked about this earlier before we even get to this FOMC minute here.
Ten seconds.
So I'm looking for the dip. I'm looking at here. That's where I want to get long. That's where you'll see me put a trade on. Now, let's say I'm wrong here, right?
So looking at the release of the Fed minutes here, some participants cited potential changes in trade and immigration policy as having a potential hinder to the disinflation process. Fed say can hold policy at restrictive level if the economy is strong. We want further inflation progress before adjusting rates. Fed minutes say a couple of participants said it appeared that risks to achieving inflation mandate were greater than the risks to the employment mandate. Various participants said that it may be appropriate to consider pausing or slowing balance sheet runoff until a resolution of debt ceiling dynamics. A couple of participants said it appeared that risks to achieving the inflation mandate were greater than risks to the employment mandate. The vast majority of participants judged risks to the dual mandate objectives being roughly in balance, though. Some participants cited potential changes in trade and immigration policy again as having a potential hinder to the disinflation progress. Fed staff's economic outlook largely unchanged from the one provided at the December meeting. So again, the Fed staff's economic outlook largely unchanged from the one provided at the December meeting in the SEP. And the Fed minutes also note that many participants said after the conclusion of balance sheet runoff, it would be appropriate to structure asset purchases to move maturity composition closer to outstanding stock of Treasury debt. Fed minutes also note that in the initial discussion of the framework review, policymakers expressed some openness to changing elements introduced in the 2020 document. A look to the markets, very unchanged on the release of the Fed minutes here. Again, just some of the key points. The Fed did note here that they can hold policy at a restrictive level if the economy is strong. And they also noted they want further progress before adjusting rates on inflation, that is.
They don't have to do shit right now. They don't have to do anything. Now, does this satiate the bond market? Probably. I would say that the long end is going to be happy with that. $230. We get there by 3.
US 2-year Treasury yield falls to 4.291% after the Fed minutes, last down 6 basis points on the day.
That's telling you that the bond market is happy.
US short-term interest rate futures little changed following the release of the Fed's January meeting minutes.
Short term should stay higher. That they're wondering if inflation will be sticky or not. That's all good, by the way. Also watching here, notice how we're reversing the candle here. Dealers are going to try to murder your options as vol blows off.
And we've posted the 4 minutes on the feed as well for those interested.
You want to be watching for a new high. Give me one quick second here.
And just keep in mind as well, in 5 minutes' time at 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time, RBNZ's Governor Orr due to be speaking. It's the RBNZ Governor speaking at the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee on MPS.
Thanks, Water Boy. Man, dude, I don't like that at all. I don't fucking like it, man. Let's get down here and look at something together. This is IWM.
Expecting comments from RBNZ's Governor Orr.
IWM, man, that fucker wants to squeeze so fucking bad. Look at that. This is a tough call here. You got a high or low. IWM wants to fucking squeeze or reject. So this is IWM on a 30-minute basis. I've got them with one more leg down here and then going higher, but they're like see this cluster right here? This fucker wants to squeeze. Yeah, check out IWM. We have Option Expo today too. 226, 227, 5 cents. Calls are 5 cents right now on IWM. Look at all those gaps that need closed up there too. Sorry about this. IWM trying to break out right now. It's got a 5 trigger cluster.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says feeling more positive about the inflation situation. RBNZ's Governor Orr says I anticipate the cash rate will be around 3% by the year end. So again, RBNZ's Governor Orr says I anticipate the cash rate around 3% by the year end.
SPY trying to squeeze out right now.
So seeing some strength come through in the New Zealand dollar here as RBNZ's Governor Orr starts speaking.
Oh! IWM squeezing right now.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says the New Zealand dollar...
SPY squeezing right now. Whoa! All-time highs on SPY just then. Woo! Whoa! Oh! Making money, baby! Yes! 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 Yeah, baby!
Through in the S&P. Headline catalyst for this as of now. Just keeping our eyes on the wires.
Yeah! Yeah! Yes! Yes! Look at fuck yeah, baby!
US Senate Majority Leader Thune says the Senate will proceed with its budget resolution.
Oh yeah, how's that fucking feel? So if you just got in our Discord today, you should be making a fuck ton of money right now.
Majority Leader Thune says a vote on the budget resolution will take place on Thursday.
Yes. Yeah, that just paid for your year of Discord access. Yes. Yes. Give me money. Oh, yeah.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says we are in an environment of low and stable inflation.
Fucking IWM calls up 200% right now. 200% called out in the Discord. What do we got up there? We got R2. Watch out for a pullback here. How's that Discord? How's that Discord doing? Wait all day long.
Says we have still got significant domestic inflationary pressures, but will fall from higher levels.
227Cs were printing 5 cents. 0 dates. Now trading 22 cents. All right, that's a good day. I'd say that's a good fucking day. I'm having a good day. I'm happy. It's a good day. 2 good trades today. Took a nice little downside trade. Took a nice little upside trade. It's fucking, I literally am just green all day long right now. Pretty good. Pretty happy. Do. Look at IWM down here. Close the gap. 27.20. Look at 227. I'm reading the Discord right now. They're making bank in there. There's a gap that needs closed. 21. I don't know. I'd say it's almost time, man. We just missed the gap. But they pull back. It's like right here. Look right here. Look for like a R2 maybe right there. I don't think it's done going up though. If you look at IW or SPX, we still have the target to the upside of 6165.
Subdued business investment.
Not filled yet. Or the gamma up there not filled. We need more call buying. Look at that fucking sweet trade on IWM. God damn. Still a gap left behind on IWM up here. Should we pump it some more? What time is it right now? This is 2:30. Be a little careful. There might be a trap in here till like 3 p.m. We're coming into 2:30 right now. I'm not saying we're not going higher. I'm just saying that dealers might. It's possible dealers like just take all this away, and then we trade the higher trade. Dealers might not let you leave with the money, so I would say look for a 5-minute check back to get long again, maybe. Just like or like see gains, take gains, I should say. I always like taking money. I don't stay in trades too long, or zero dates. I don't stay in too long. I take them for direction only. Right? Right? It's worth waiting, isn't it? Patience. Just patience. Take the money and run. Wait for your setup. I mean, just look at this one fucking move here from IWM. Like all the bullshit you have to wait for. Like here's like, what is this? Wednesday at 6:30 a.m. And you're waiting until Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon to get a print. What's that bullshit Vixperation OPEX shit? Sideways all day long and then super ramping in the bell. So it's all like, do you guys understand the function of all this stuff? Like you bleed sideways all day long and then they're closing spreads before we get into the close, and the market either super fucking hella ramps or it dumps. And you'll see this in individual tickers too. You'll see like an individual ticker bleed out into Vixperation OPEX, and then indexes squeeze or drop down too, depending upon what these spreads are. I shouldn't say always ramp or ram it. It depends on
cautious given domestic
what they're short, right? They short calls, they short puts. That matters on the underlying.
NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $72.25 a barrel, which is up 40 cents or 0.56% on the session.
Was it because of the bull cluster? Yes. That is a dumbed down way of getting an answer to that. The purpose behind using triggers and velocity is because most people want something simple. They don't want to learn why things happen. That's the truth, right? People just want a simple way. Oh yeah, it's a cluster. It's momentum's on my side. The market is heading in that direction. there's a potential for a squeeze. Even IWM today in particular is very like so IWM right now. I said it this morning. Did you guys hear me talk about IWM this morning? I said it on the stream at like 9:30. 9:45, I was like, IWM's pretty fucking bearish, but that sets up a squeeze, right? You get like a good, maybe you can parlay a bigger move in IWM than you can in SPY, right? You've got resistance above on IWM, and the moment you break through that, it results in this massive upside move. And it was on it was on 5-trigger cluster, right? So you're like, I looked at the 30-minute clusters and I was like, these things look like they can break. We got some bullish news and everybody's short. So you push them all off sides for a little bit. And it worked. It worked out good. Yeah, where's Chase? Is he okay? Chase! Yeah, the one good thing about we talk to like the idea is to simplify things, right? You're like all of us in our community focus on the things you can't see. A good example of this would be we have a lot of option sellers. We have a lot of people that trade. They own underlying and they open and close flies or condors, and they roll these positions over and over and over and over again, right? And so let's say you and I are like, we're gonna break out, bro.
The committee made
It's time.
A number of monetary policy meetings.
We're gonna break out a range, man. And we think we see everything, right? We're like, we got the gamma down, we got the triggers and the Momo, we got this and the that. We got the traditional chart, and we got all this stuff. And then all of a sudden, someone that trades a lot of flies says, dude, this market it ain't breaking out today. Or guess what? I'm rolling my position today because there's a high chance of a breakout or a breakdown. It's a high chance your position or your trade is going to hold. Does that make sense? But for most traders, they just want simple. Traders want simple things. They just want to know you're going to break out, break down, and triggers and velocity are really good at predicting that kind of stuff, whether it's going to fail or be successful for a quick trade. And on any time frame too, which is kind of badass. So you can trade it on 1 month, 1 week, 1 year, whatever you want to trade it on. If you're just looking for 1 or 2 trades a year, you could just look for pullbacks to the weekly trigger. It's that simple. I work a full-time job. I can only take 4 trades a year. Price goes back to the weekly trigger in a bull market, you long it. It's that easy. It's that simple. No brainer. I fucking love Miro. Duration, better price, better strikes. What would be the answer to that? Yeah, the flooding in Detroit. It is fucking crazy here. They had a giant pipe from like 1930 break. The water like came in, like flooded, and then froze. We have like minus 10 wind chill right now. It's crazy here right now. I actually tried to buy a famous house here called I think it was called the Ice House. Ice Palace or Ice House, I think it was called. I put a bid on it. I lost the trade. I lost the bid. There was a house where a water main broke and fucking it was a mansion and it like covered the entire house into like an ice castle. I tried to buy that fucking house. A fucking house sold for like $1.5 million, I think, recently. Keep going, baby. Keep on pushing. Keep rolling them spreads out. You guys are short calls, aren't you? You all need calls right now to the close. All these gents need. All these gents are short. I'm telling you, they're all short calls. I think we ramp into the close, to be honest. Now, what we do between here and there, I don't know, but I think we do ramp into the close. We got no bad news today. Just a matter of how big the ramp is. But I think we need people need calls. That's right. Extra time, better strike, more money to be made. 100%. John's got it correct. Technically, he's got, John's got it. John L has it. He doesn't miss any of the finer details. Oh my God, Microsoft, baby. Oh yeah, Microsoft. Close that fucking gap at 420 so we can call it a top. Give me one quick second here. I want to look at something really quick. One quick second here, guys. I'll tell you guys something really quick here, okay? Uh, uh, make sure you're reading the market chat right now.
Brent crude futures settle at $76.04 a barrel, up 20 cents or spot 26% on the session.
Make sure you're getting in the Discord right now so you can hear this from me. There's two paths from here. Hey, I want to tell you guys, if you're watching the show right now, I want you to be extremely careful. with longs and shorts at 3 p.m. Okay, you can do better by chasing. You can do better by chasing as we get closer to the bell if it's going up, but there is real danger here.
So Washington Post clarify the Trump administration orders the Pentagon to seek cuts over 5 years.
I'm gonna get rid of that for sure. $12 minutes left. Hey Trip, how are you? Here, I will explain this to you better. Hold on here. Here comes a breakout. Dude, it's been good. You like that cowboy up? I'm slaying him out there today on Twitter. I've been slaying him all week. I'm like, we'll go on Twitter and fuck around for a week or two. I'll pretend I have a little bit of extra spare time on my hands. Start slapping the shit out of people. Fuck you talking about out here? Just waiting for 3 p.m. here. We'll know a lot more at 3. Now, depending upon what we do at 3 p.m., we'll chat on public about this. I talked about it privately on the Discord, but we'll chat more about it depending on price action. I'll be honest with you. I would not be long or short in the 3 p.m. Neither. Just sit in your hands and let the price action show the way. I'll explain more about this afterwards, but these are market mechanics that have to do with Vixperation and OPEX and rolling positions. This last hour is mechanical in a lot of ways, right? These are like big orders coming in and going out. People are taking their winnings or their L's, and so you want to like just give this a minute. If you can't chase it, you can set the trade up. You can set up a long trade, like long call trade, but I wouldn't execute it yet. Have your finger on the button to slam it if it breaks out, but this can easily serious blood in a 4. From 3 to 4 can get fucking nasty. But there's a positive if it does get nasty. And we'll talk about that depending upon what happens here at 3. Well, we should know quickly what happens. It's like right around 3, we should either start trading sideways into the close and then super ramp, or we'll start fading almost immediately. It'll be fast. Watch this closely here. See what happens. Right now we're above the screen box. This is all good. This looks good. You still can't trust this fucking you can't trust mechanical actions on OPEX. Quarterly, more even crazier. Or the interplay and like things can, or mechanics can happen that you're like, I didn't know that, or I didn't know this guy was going to do that, or this guy was going to do this, or whatever. So just wait for the mechanics to show you the way. Always the better trade. It's 3 p.m. now. Let's see what happens here. Thursday. Friday is actually the better trade too. Here's the crazy part. If you were like, I don't want to make a decision, you could do a Friday call spread that's like in the money. It would likely come back and print, even if we do death and destruction into the close and through tomorrow. We would likely still close, or not close, but we'd open higher on Friday. If that makes any sense to you? A little bit of blood here in the open. No trade for me. $301 now. So far, kind of weak. There's 330. Patience. Just a little patience. Was that 6:15? What up, Cowboy? Good to see you, brother. Still no trade. Holding up, though, pretty well. Can we get a Rampo Ram into the bell if we don't not get any red bars here? Let's go to a 5-minute really quick. A 15-minute. There's a red bar down there. Turn that green. Let's go to a 5-minute bar. Oh, yeah, baby.
Keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, expecting possible comments from Fed's Bostic, who appears on Yahoo Finance.
Island is still secure as of right now. Let's go to the trigger screen. So right now, island is still good. Haven't lost the island yet, right? Right in here, right in here. Right in here. Still haven't lost the island yet. Whoop. Now, it's 3 p.m., right? Let's talk about 3 p.m. So we blooded down, right? So no trade as of yet. You're now watching from 3 o'clock until 3:30ish. Do we just do this? Because that will signify a move higher into the bell. If we begin to lose that island, though, as we get into 3:30 and down, they will blood us straight down into the close here. So still no decision yet. Just watching it closely. Want to watch it together? We can watch it together here. Let's watch this together. Bulls still own this a little bit. I don't think that they do. I think they blood. I'll be honest with you. I think they shank us into the bell. But they still own this. But I think we continue to lose this, like this whole island right here. I think the trade, I mean, you want my honest opinion? Now, we haven't lost this, so I can't say it's over, but what I think happens mechanically is we sell down viciously into the close. Personally, I think we viciously sell this down, and then you're going to catch an OPEX print on Friday. You know, I could be wrong, though. It's a short week this week, so it's hard to decide what it's going to do. We only have 4 days this week. Not a lot of time to get everything done, so we'll watch it closely here. I know one thing. I'm not burning my account at this moment at all. Arg was reading everything. He knows dude. Oh, Doom, baby! Oh, just imagine if you were long. Oh, how many accounts did I save today? Oh, what's going on, Spurs? What are you doing? Hang on, buddy. Hang on tight, buddy. Oh. Oh, look at that. A little bit. Yeah, like there's like a bull here. He's like, oh man. hanging on for dear life. His arms down here. He's got is like, come on, baby, don't do this to me. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I don't want to be late to the party, bro. We got my FOMO arm going on over here. Oh, don't do it. I'll save my calls. We're going that way. Don't do me like that. Like, don't do it. Told me higher, bro. Oh, it's regaining itself now. Oh, no, please don't do it. Hang on. You can do it, Spoos. You only got till 4, bro. You can do it. Buy more calls. Well, if we lose this into the close, if we keep heading lower, you guys want to know what to do? I'm not going to tell you. I already told the Discord what to do. You know, there's like some guy just sitting there right now and he's like, please fucking save my calls. He's like, please just save them. I'm not selling them diamond handing. Is he happy? The weight of the entire market. Oh. Fighting their way back. The island remains right now. Come on, bulls. Hang on. Just buy more calls. Fucking savages. They're trying, dude. They're still in it right now. They're still in the box of love. They're still in it. I can't say that they're not. This is not giving it up just yet. They haven't given it up yet. Fucking bulls just don't give a fuck. Dude, they still haven't given it up. This isn't bad. They're not. I would expect more fading at this point. I'll be honest. I would expect more fading here. This is not happening. Oh, the Bulls are alive for the close. One little back test over here. Give me one little back test. Bulls ain't having nothing to do with it. Look at fucking Bulls, dude. They don't give a fuck. What we got here? Here. Friday. What's today's date? The 19th, the 20th, 21st.
It says, I did not expect progress on inflation would go in a straight line. So again, Fed's Bostic currently speaking on Yahoo Finance. A live video is on the feed for those interested. Bostic says the question now is whether the January CPI was a bump in the road or a new trend. Washington Post reports that the Trump administration freezes funds to Palestinian security forces.
Island holding up just fine right now. Fucking Bears, man. They made the swoop. They tried it right here. Look at that. They got their low, right? They slammed this one down.
The economic outlook.
They want one more right here. If they can't get it, though, if they don't get that low, fuck. You're going to get trapped the fuck in. Come on, baby.
Bostic says the confidence around the 2025 outlook has reduced.
Watch this. Watch 3:30 and 6:12:45. We're going to find out real quick here.
Fed's Bostic says while some policy proposals could add to inflation, others could boost productivity and lower price pressures. Bostic says many business leaders are optimistic about regulatory changes and feel they could denominate those that add to costs. That's Bostic saying many business leaders are optimistic about regulatory changes. They feel they could dominate those that add to costs.
And do or die here as you come into 330 for bulls and bears. You want to be paid. You don't want to see any of this right here. I don't see any of that right there. That's bad. One minute beginning to roll down, so this is bearish. 1 minute trigger is looking kind of tight.
Bostic says business leaders say that their best choice is to pass on tariffs to the retail price, and we'll have to see how consumers react to that. Bostic adds that businesses are also concerned that customers are tapped out. Bostic adds, I think we're still in a restrictive posture like we need. Bostic adds the Fed did not cut too much last year. Policy remains restrictive. Bostic says, I'm comfortable with taking a pause to see how the economy evolves.
We're going to find out here real quick. Which way are we going?
Fed's Bostic says everything is on the table at every meeting.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking Bostic. Everything is on the table at every meeting. Every time we go to a meeting, we're ready to cut rates to 0. We're ready to raise rates 5 points. They're saying that to the bond market right now. Everything is on the table. If inflation gets out of control, we'll do whatever it takes. Speaking to the bond vigilantes right now.
Bostic says, I'm very supportive of getting the balance sheet down, and the Fed has made good progress. Bostic says the Fed is getting close to its threshold level for the balance sheet. The debt ceiling is one factor deciding that. The Yahoo Finance interview with Fed's Bostic is now over. Fed's Bostic says, I want to pay attention day to day to the balance sheet to be sure that the drawdown does not go too far.
That's all pretty good hawk speak from Bostic. He's wrapping up his speech right now. The bond market does want to hear that speak from him. It reinforces or sheds color on the Fed being hyper aware if we get tariffs, is inflation transitory or not? I'll post it on Twitter.
So noting the S&P 500 pairing gains following Fed's Bostic speech, still up some 0.15%.
Woo! Spoo's losing its support. This green box right here, no bueno. We are coming into the 15-minute. We're staircasing down. This isn't looking good. I'll tell you what. You've got the bleed at 3 o'clock here. You got the new low here at 3:30. They're going to try to blood straight down into this bell. There is consolidation, though, as we trade down into this close. I'll let you know what it is right now. So you will want, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to, we're not going up, right? We're going down into 3 o'clock and into 3:30. I talked to you about this inside the Discord. So what they're going to do is they're going to bleed this market down almost 100% positive. Not guaranteed, but almost 100% positive. They're going to bleed this down, right, into 4 p.m. You're going to see more downside in the overnight, and it'll be bought on the opening bell tomorrow to print you Friday open. Listen closely to what I say here, okay? So there's no trade for you as a bull. As of right now, I don't see a trade at all. I don't see it. Maybe if it starts to recover, but in my opinion, due to the mechanics of OPEX and Vixperation, you're going to see this market bleed down into the close. Now, I'm going to leave you with one more warning here. Okay, get pens and papers out. If we bleed down into the close and you buy tomorrow's open for a Friday print, wherever Chase is out there, I know where he is, you're going to look to sell Friday open, collect the cash, close, and slam that puts for until Monday. And they're going to likely shank us over the weekend, like Monday into like Monday or Tuesday or so, and you'll get your doom trade that you're looking for. Now, this is all predicated upon us bleeding out into the close, so pay close attention here into between now and 4 p.m. Let me see here. Here's wait a minute, I already got one up here, right? Yeah, we already got one. You could theoretically get some call spreads here, because you're still going to get 616, but you're probably not going to get it until Friday open. You might get it today, but if you wanted to capture in case you got it today, theoretically you could do like a 616 or wherever we're at, 612, 614, 615 call spread, and you would if we bleed out all day long tomorrow, I would leave them open until Friday open. If we squeeze today, you take the money and run. There's like another way to look at this too. There's not only one way to skin a cat here, but likely they're gonna sell you down into this bell. More than likely at this point, it's not looking good. We had the sell at 3, sell at 3:30. I think they bleed you down into tomorrow open. They park this shit until they want to park the bus on Friday for OPEX. So down day, I that's what I think. Down day and then park the bus into Friday. Don't fuck around on Friday at all. Friday is like park the bus, don't mess with it. In my view. Look at that SPY trying to fight its way back once again. Look at that. Vicious. Oof. I want nothing to do with it. Look at that gnarly trade in there. It held its 15-minute. It's holding its 5-minute right now. That's nice to see here. That still looks bullish as fuck right there. The 30-minute hourly velo looks good as fuck. It looks really good. God, I wait here all day long for like 2 minutes of action. We're still, I mean, technically, we're still in consolidation. I ain't believing it. Goddamn trade for me yet. Oopsie. I don't know what that was, but I think there's a bull trap in here. I can't tell, but it looks like a bull trap. The other thing too is if they shank us down here to the close. Should be an interesting close. We're so close to the hourly and half-hour trigger here. Failed to get a new high. New low, failed to get a new high up here. I fucking hate market mechanics. Hate OpEx. Come on down, Spoos. Come on down, baby. A little bit more. Just let it all hang out, bro. Take all of their fucking calls. Just drip. Just do it. Just do it. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit. I'll buy it. Just bring it down here. Don't do it. Don't squeeze it up. Bring it all the way down here. Let me buy all their cheap calls for Friday. Let me give you a quick expectation for tomorrow. I'm still on this down trade here. Man, I can't do it. I gotta say, like, it's down here. I got more downside than up into Friday. And likely 608. Down and then up. I really need to see the breakout right now. I can kind of get with that, but I still see that downside. I don't like that downside. I mean, you could consider this a flat correction here. I get it. That's the low and that's the high. That's the low off and running. I still want to see this though. I'm not catching it right now. This is a tough call here. If it's me, if it's me, want my all honesty here, the way is lower. You guys think I'm bearish, but I'm not. But the way is lower into tomorrow. Eat a bunch of options and then up into Friday open. So no call buying for me. If I miss this trade, I'm okay with it. I don't even like that. I just like that. So I'll say this. In my view, we go down tonight into tomorrow. We're going to bloodbath into the open. You're going to buy that for a print to the upside on Friday open. I could be wrong here. We can squeeze up into the close. We could wake up with a gap up and shit like that, and I'll be screaming. But for me, I want to see that. For me, it's more like a mechanic driven for OpEx and Vixperation. So I don't think there's a trade here into the close. Now, don't trade what I trade, but I think the better trade is like the open on Thursday, Friday print, and then blood it out through the weekend. And then you get your Rubner trade, like you wrap up your nice like 2-week doom scenario, your window of weakness for Rubner, like satisfies Rub. I don't fucking with him in public, but I think you can satisfy Rubner into early next week. And then like everybody's happy, and then we go up into mid-March, and then you get your great your mid-March fucking real true bloodbath, the real doom. So for me, downside into the close, I'll be waiting to buy the open tomorrow morning. If you disagree, you can disagree with this. You don't have to like agree with what I say or what I think. I think the trade is better lower too. I think there's a lot of risk here for the upside trade. I could be wrong in all this. So we got a short fucking week. We got 4 days this week. They could wrap this doom up right now, ramp us up into tomorrow, and I mean, I'm trying to figure out like on what would you do if you ramped it now? You would blood Thursday close, right? You'd squeeze it up now and then rip it down into Friday. I think it's the opposite. Rubbed her out. I think he'll be right. Friday open until next Monday or Tuesday. It'll be a bloodbath. I'll make this prediction now. Over the weekend, you're going to get some bad news. I don't know what it is. And they're going to shank the fuck out of it. And it's going to be fake news. It's going to be 1-2 days, then be gone. It'll have to do mostly with VIX. It won't have anything to do with, it'll have to do with like, VIX. And more importantly, VIX. We murder the VIX, or Vixperations today, so. Do you have any thoughts on Tesla? Yeah, I posted them inside the Discord today. We post them twice a day. We chart Tesla twice a day, every day. We do all of Mag 7. If you ever need that, you just go in the Discord and say, hey, I need a chart for this or chart for that. We track it every day, twice a day. You want that dirty talk, Roberto? You want that dirty Mike? I don't see it. Maybe it's there. I don't see it. I see it on tomorrow's open. You could trade this with a call spread. I think the call spread prints. I think like the 612, 616. How about mark that down? Write it down on a piece of paper. Paper trade it. Do a 612, 616 call spread expiring Friday. And don't close it tomorrow. Do it on paper and see if it prints. I think it should print. That way you don't have to deal with a down day tomorrow. You can capture possible squeezing into the bell today. So you get both sides of the trade. I haven't looked at it, what the price of the trade is. Dirty Mike and the boys. Downside target for Monday. 603, 604 maybe. 606 would be, well, no, it depends. If we can get the 616 Friday open, then I would only be looking for the 606. I'd rather take that trade tomorrow. I'd rather take the Monday doom on 616. Does that make sense? So I'd rather see the doom tomorrow, squeeze out all the fucking bears into Friday open, and then take the put spread on Friday open for Monday print. Bet you that'd be a fat print too. And if you did it with a put spread, you wouldn't have to worry about the weekend theta. That makes sense? I still like the call spread here. I'm still bullish here. I'm not bearish. I'm just looking for a better trade. So I like the call spread higher to 616 for Friday opening print. And then I like the 60. If we got the 616 or near it, I would like the put spread for Monday. From 616, 606 is fucking bloodbath. It's all kind of relevant, isn't it? Then you get your 606, and then we trade up into March 17th for a failure of 620, 625. Then they trade us back down to 600. Then we trade 650 into the summer. And then we have a fucking nightmare. We've got a fucking bloodbath. The moment we fail 650,
1 minute now
they're going to try for a crash, in my view. It's going to be a fucking bloodbath. If we get there. Well, this is all predicated upon inflection points and stuff, but if we get there, fuck me, man. Like they're gonna try to rain hell in this market. They will fucking demand a crash. It won't even be a question. Just be like, fuck you, we're crashing. Shut up, crash. They're gonna fucking hand over my mouth. Eat shit and die, Cappy. This is a better trade too if you're this downside trade in tomorrow morning. Better trade to close in pre-market. If you want to know. If you're looking for that downside, a better trade, Globex. Take it all the way downtown into pre-market, and then close it and get out. Oh, there's the squeeze. Uh-oh.
S&P 500, a buy side of 375 million. Nasdaq 100, a buy side of 336 million. Dow 30, a sell side of 42 million. And the Mag 7, a sell side of 55 million.
Bears freaking out right now. They're like, oh. So I'll say it to you again, right? I'll say it to you one more time. I am bullish here, even though I want a better buy in the morning. Trade 616 by Friday open. I am bearish on that 616 trade down over the weekend. But I'm not long here on like 0 dates. I got a bunch of shit and stuff, but I got no day trades on or no single call options or single puts. None of that shit. Trade's not perfect for me, so no trade for me. The DoD is cutting defense spending? No, they're not. They're not cutting defense spending. The proposal at the defense, the proposal for the budget is an increase in defense spending, $175 billion. That's false. That's just talk. It's like politics. Like, you got to separate politics from reality. They're ramping spending right now. That's all. Like, so that's to get a better price on defense. They've already ramped that trade too. That trade was like a fall trade. They just want a better price. Oh shit. Palantir selling more stock? Dude, he shafts Palantir bulls all the time, doesn't he? Anybody taking the zero date squeeze trade in the close calls? Anybody out there? You don't have to follow me. You guys don't have to follow me. You guys fucking try to, like, you guys don't take every trade I take and then the one you take of mine that fails. Anybody taking a zero date call trade in here? I mean, that looks juicy to me. I would do it. Like, zero dates just in the bell? Fuck it. Fuck it. It's a good movie. You're on small zero dates? Yeah, I can't blame you. I'm not on them, but I can see the want to do it. We've kind of held. I mean, I wouldn't argue with you if you said we held in here for the big old fucking squeeze up. It's not for me though. I'm keeping my winnings today. I made a lot of money today. I don't need you guys get me all fucking wound up with like zero dates. Like, I'm fucking green as fuck today. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go piss away a fucking grand on this fucking stupid trade. And I don't need, I'm green. I'm good. Guys get me all fucking wound up. Get me in day trader, Davy day trader mode. Must take all day trades available. We got need 10 winners. And then all gone. What do you say now? Headsets told the Pentagon to look into cost cutting. I think they do the cost cutting, but I don't think that I think they're redirecting money. I think we're going to World War III. You might not know that, but I'm all on World War III. So, I think any cost cutting they're doing in the Pentagon, DOD, any of that shit's just going to be sent towards fucking fucking fighting platforms for ground pounders. I think like all this talk about like cutting spending in the Department of Defense, like all the gold, like I don't know. We've talked about it on the show before. I don't want to get into it right now, but I would love to have the conversation with you again on the show if you want. We're going to war, in my view. So whether I don't know if they know that or not, but that's where we're headed.
At the top of the hour, get some data out of South Korea. PPI year over year. Prior read 1.7%. Month over.
Yeah, it's not gonna last, brother. It's happening right now.
Prior 91.2.
I promise you that. I know for a fact it is. It's weird too because they don't think that's going to happen, right? They never fucking do. They always fucking think, oh, it's the U.S. They're not going to do anything. Meanwhile, the U.S. is in the background fucking sharpening a fucking bludgeoning fucking stick to beat your ass. Fucking... You like try to tell people, and they're like, no, dude, that's never gonna happen. I'm like, I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. Oh, look at Spooze Squeezy. Spooze Squeezy. Wartime leadership. That's what we're doing. We're moving into wartime leadership. It's clear as day. Oh, you bulls out there. Are you getting juiced up and ready for it? R2's the target, 613.60. Can they do it? Dr. CS is like, get out of my way, bro. We're going north. I mean, they're holding it. They're still holding on, dude. Like an old bourbon drinker. Look at them. They're still in there. They're still fucking locked in here. Look at that shit. That shit looks like it wants to squeeze the fuck right now. How much it calls? How much are calls right now? What day is today? 19th. 12 cents for 613s. Nope, now they're 15. $0.14 right now. That would be nice too, right? You get the blooding down on the 24th. That murders all the Nvidia bulls. They gotta buy again like 2 days before. Talk about getting rope-a-doped. That would suck balls. It's like Nvidia bulls, just like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, then just like hammer you on Sunday, Monday, beat you down like a like somebody you don't like. Trading 17 right now.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the South Korean PPI year over year.
1 minute left to the close. Trying to do the creepy crawly up the wally here. There it goes.
Ten seconds. One spot 7%, one spot 7%, month over month 0.6%, 0.6%, consumer sentiment 95.2, 95.2.
Let's watch this really quick. Ooh, 613 is now trading 5 cents. Mm. Hold on here. Ooh. Ooh. I'm wondering if I should buy this close here. Wait for the open. Oh, here we're gonna go down. Hold on 1 second here. Where's Friday? 9 a.m. There's your 606 right there. Something like that. I still don't like that no low sweep. April, May over there. That fucker's gonna go all the way down here. Whoop. Maybe even 62. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, I think that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.